What's up, guys? What's up, everyone? All right, so this is gonna be a new show. We're launching this Sunday. This is gonna be happening every Sunday. This is noon my time. So we're gonna keep this schedule, and basically it's going to be a bunch of a bunch of nerds that are going to play D&D 5th edition, and we're going to play through the entire or all the content of Adventure League. That's going to be the hardcover adventures and the expedition, or what it used to be the expedition modules as well. So there's a lot of content to go through. We're probably going to be creating like a bunch of characters through that. So we'll be needing like I'm thinking about like 6 character each player, and then it's gonna be 6 player plus a DM. So we have a pretty good bunch of player. We have some kind of like RPG veteran. We got some kind of like new players into RPG. So it should be extremely interesting. Um, and for those like maybe a little bit familiar with D&D, the Adventure League is going to happen in the Forgotten Realms. So we put a lot of time in it. We auditioned people. We made sure we had like a good party. So we're pretty excited. We've been winning for a few weeks now already to be playing. So we're pumped. We put a lot of time in creating our characters. So we're really excited, and we are going to bring the show on Twitch. And I'm recording this, so hopefully I'll be able to upload it to YouTube as well, so that you guys can go back to it if you missed like a episode or something like that. We're going to try to keep it like high quality, high standard, and we want it to be like a super entertaining. I'm going to try to keep it like a little bit interactive with you guys in chat. Obviously, like sometimes I'm gonna have my hands full with trying to role play and then juggling with everything. So I hope you forgive me if I'm not too interactive with you, and if I miss some of your comments or interactions. I apologize in advance. I'm happy to have you with us, and so what I'm going to do now is going to go in chat, and I'm going to hand it over to Brett, who's going to be our DM. So just give me 1 sec, and then I'll switch screen, and I'll go to, there we go. I'll go to that and go and talk to the.
Even though it's on the right hand side of my screen.
All right, are we all set?
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, then Brett, take it away, man.
All right, thanks very much, and welcome everybody. We're looking forward to having a lot of fun, and we've been holding off on this crowd. They've been chomping at the bit to play, and we've been spending some time to set up, as Ghost probably mentioned to you. So let me just bring you up to speed on where we are. We are just about to start the Lost Mine adventure, and let me just kind of tell you a little bit of how we got here. First off, we all met on Roll20. We I don't think any of us knew each other before then, maybe one or two. We asked everybody to create their own characters just based on what they wanted to create. There was no conversation of well, what's the best party? How many fighters should we have? How many rogues? How many clerics? And which really added a bit of flavor to the party, I think, as far as we're concerned. The other thing too is that we only asked them to share with the party members what they would want each character to know. So what the players know is what the characters know, and so any backstory that each of the characters or each of the players didn't want to share at this time has not been shared. So where we started with all that is that the Lost Mine story is that everybody did something before now. They were, whether they were a soldier, whether they were an elf in the forest, but they all had one thing in common, which is they decided to become an adventurer. and for whatever reason they decided. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I thought I heard Ghost there.
Oh no, sorry, I chuckled.
Oh, no worries. So they decided to become an adventurer, and they decided to head to Neverwinter. They figured that would be the first place that they'd be able to find work. By being in Neverwinter, they did hear about this one person, and I'm just going to bring him up here. That should show on the screen in a second. This is Gundren Rockseeker. They had heard that this gentleman was looking for some people to escort a wagon of provisions to a nearby town of Phandelver, which is about a 3-day journey away. So each of these characters, each came to Gundren and said, "I'm in for this," and Gundren has offered to pay them 10 gold pieces each to accomplish this. Gundren's pretty excited about his business opportunities there. He's a business person, and he's told everybody to meet in at his location of business in Neverwinter in a few days to take the wagon. But he's going to go ahead a day early with his escort, Sildar Hallwinter, and they're going to head by horseback, and they're going to meet the team, the party in Phandelver.
That's a nice looking knight.
So what has transpired is the day that that they are supposed to head out, each of the party members has shown up. So we role played this in kind of a session 0. I'm going to give you a quick summary, and then I'll certainly invite the players to add any information that I may have missed. The first person to show up was Moritar, and let me just get my screen set up here so I can drag each of these tokens on the screen, and I'm just going to center the screen in that kind of general area, if that works for you, Ghost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Moritar is Elven, and he shows up first right away. He's a little bit frustrated that the wagon isn't quite ready to go. They're still loading a bit, and none of the other players or characters have showed up yet. He's a little impatient. He's got business to take care of, and so he's not too happy that we're not moving away right away. The next person to show up is Ventus, an older man, very nice, very chatty older gentleman. He immediately goes up to Moritar, tries to impress him by speaking Elvish with him. Moritar is not impolite necessarily towards Ventus, but he certainly doesn't want to spend time having a bit of a chit chat. And so they kind of sit there quietly, or at least Moritar sits there quietly. Ventus starts talking about all the amazing things we're going to see on our travel south. And if you look off to the right, you're going to see this. And if you look off to the left, and he's just going on. And while this is happening, Campy shows up. Now Campy, give me 2 seconds here. And, well, just 1 second. Do we have Campy set up? Oh, we'll get Campy set up in a moment. Campy shows up. Moritar is kind of, I don't know if happy is the word, but okay to see another elf showing up. But as Campy comes a bit closer, we see that Campy is an elf with a lot of scars, a lot of battle scars. And as he speaks with Ventus, which he's a little bit open to speaking with Ventus, more so than Moritar, we find out that Venti spent a lot of time in the fighting pits, and was Moritar overhears that he was actually saved and bought his freedom by Gundar, and was given a dwarvish name, Campy. So all of this kind of puts Moritar a little bit more on edge because, being Elven of the high race, and to hear that this character had ended up in the slave pits, fighting pits, and then being saved by a dwarf just doesn't quite sit with him too well. All right, then we have Yavarian that shows up. There we go. Another elf. It's the party of elves, and he's a bit of a quiet guy. Kind of hangs out to himself. He's got some musical instruments with him, a flute and such. And so he says a nice hello to everybody around, especially Moritar, and then they just kind of do their thing. Ventus actually ends up having a nap at some point along this this line, as I guess older human males do, and then the next person to show up just kind of sends everything into a bit of a tizzy. Craig's the half-orc comes around the corner, starts heading towards the wagon, and especially Mortar and Yavarian certainly aren't too happy about this. Weapons are drawn. The half-orc is told to stand down and step back from the wagon. The half-orc doesn't really deal with any of this and doesn't really take notice of much. He's more enthralled with the wagon itself. And during all this, Ventus kind of wakes up and tells everybody just to kind of calm it down, that we've all been hired by Gundren, Rockseeker, and we're getting paid to do this. So reluctantly, Yavarian and Mortar kind of step it down a bit. Campy really doesn't react too much to it, and Ventus is the kind of peacemaker of all this. Finally, oh, wrong character token. We'll get that dealt with. While all this is going on, there is a from off in the outside of the party, and it is Lore, a noble elf, young noble elf that shows up with his attaché, and he introduces Lore to the party. The two elves really don't take too much notice of him. This is a young guy who thinks he's something special. And from there, we have the party heading out of Neverwinter to, let me just copy all these tokens. We have the party heading out of Neverwinter
Artis, how's
on
it
the
going,
way
man?
to Phandelver. Let
Welcome
me
to the
just bring
stream,
you to
buddy.
that map.
Oh, here we
And
go.
players, anything that I missed during all that?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good summary of our first little session.
Yeah, it was great. You forgot about my cool owl familiar, Minnie Penny. But other than that, it's fine.
Right, Mini Penny.
Can't forget about Minnie Penny.
Exactly, Mini Penny.
Oh yeah, also the necklace around my neck.
Yeah, do
of
you want
orc
to
fingers.
explain a little bit of that, Robert?
Yeah, so Samaritar has around his neck, it's slightly covered by his cloak. He has many orc fingers around a piece of string that he adorns around his neck, and you could probably tell at a straight glance they are orc fingers, but otherwise you probably wouldn't notice them.
Hey, what's up, Fantasy Soul?
Okay, and I'm just going to try to fix Laura's token quickly. And while I do that, does somebody want to jump in and just give a bit of a background to the first 2 days traveling with this not exactly best of friends group on the way to Phandelver?
Well, I mean, on the way, as we travel, like at some point, Ivarian like kind of like plays his flute, but he kind of like turns to Krags, and like he asks, what would an orc do over here, anyways? Like, what's your story? What are you doing in this corner?
And Craig's, we got your green circle, but we don't have your voice.
Of course, muted again. Sorry, guys.
Notorious.
Anyways, the orc turns to Yavarian and goes, well, it's none of your business, elf. I only took this job because I enjoyed the ale and needed some coin.
All right, self.
And I've almost got it set. If anybody wants to jump into the party notes there and just add anything from the 2 days on the trip, and then other than that, we'll jump in about 30 seconds. But if anything else is to be added, this is a good time to do it.
So as we're traveling around, Ventus has his mini penny owl, which is really dark, and it when you look at it from the corner of your eye, it actually seems to smolder with an innate heat. But when you look at it directly on, it just looks like any normal fey, find familiar spell any wizard or sorcerer would have. But I've been having him do like circles around us, just keeping an eye out, and every once in a while, when Yavarian starts getting a real nice beat going, I'll send the owl down and he'll do a little dance for us.
I like it. I like owls.
Okay, and I'm just about to get campy on the map. Anything else before we move along? Doesn't sound like it. And I'm just adding nameplates to everybody so that we can see who everybody is. Okay, so the party's been heading out from Neverwinter. You've taken about 2 days to get to where you're going. And I will show you where you are as of you breaking camp. I'm almost there. Bringing it up. So you're right down here. You've traveled down the high road. You've turned onto what's called the Tribor Trail on the way to Phandelver. And what I would like you to do is give me an idea of your marching order. There's 6 of you. There's a wagon. It requires no proficiency or ability to ride the drive the wagon with the oxen. So who's driving? Is anybody in the wagon? You can certainly walk along behind in front of the wagon. It does not go at a fast pace. What's the marching order?
I'm behind the wagon, checking for tracks, seeing if there's anything around.
I'll be on the wagon, but I'll be kind of like further in the back.
And who are these? Who's I? I'm sorry.
Morata is at the back of the cart, checking for like orc tracks and goblin, any beast that could harm this this cart that we're on.
And Ivarian's like on the cart, but he's sitting a little bit further back.
Okay, Ventus is actually on the cart driving. I have experience with land vehicles, so it makes sense.
You would.
And of course, Mini Penny is up, just doing the circle thing, making sure we're not going to run into any sort of ambush along the road.
Campy's walking alongside towards the front.
Okay, so what I'll do... Sorry, keep going.
Craigs is in the wagon, just enthralled in being part of something that moves without him doing anything.
Yeah, and Law's sitting in the back as well with his feet up, just looking around.
Okay, so if you just want to kind of grab your tokens, drag them onto the screen, and I was doing it as you guys were talking, but you guys are going to be faster than me. And Ventus was driving, correct?
Yes.
And Ventus, there's your owl.
Oh, I already did it too. My bad. Here, let me
right.
delete that one.
No, you keep yours.
I
I deleted mine. Okay, and Craigs is not yet on the scene, so and who are we missing?
I think I don't see Lore.
And Campy's not there.
And I saw Ventus, but now I can't see, but I see Mini Penny.
Ventus and Craigs are kind of squashed together there. One thing about Roll20 is if you hold the Alt button down while you move around, it will not snap to the squares.
Right.
Hey, Brett, I'm not sure why, but I have to change the name of my token each time from Vorpal to Ventus.
Yeah, I thought I'd set that up. The funny thing about Roll20 is that you've got to resave the token to the character sheet again.
Brett is dropping the
So
the random
give me
Oh,
2
phrase.
don't worry
seconds.
about it.
Yep. No, I'm good. I can do it probably in about 2 seconds. Just don't move your token. There we go. People are getting a in the
There you go,
Twitch are
guys.
getting
wanna see,
a 101 on Roll20 here. Holy America, you guys are all just stuffed on that wagon, aren't you?
Pretty much, man.
Okay, do we have everybody on the map?
Still missing my token.
Yeah, I think we're
Oh,
missing
who's-
Campy.
Sorry, Campy. If you drag from the journal, your player journal onto the map, I believe you can move your own token on as opposed to me, but no worries. Always speak up.
Okay, so you basically like you take your you kind of like your name and then you just drag it onto the map.
Yeah.
Alright.
Don't click the 3 lines beside your name, or that will just move it up and down. And Ghost, we've got a mention in the Twitch channel there that we can't see the scene.
Yeah, it's good. I just switched the scene, so
Okay. C'est bon. Alrighty. We've got a marching order. Everybody comfy?
pretty much.
Just remind me again, Craig's lore, and so Campy's moving along beside it. Craig's lore, and who's this other guy? Yvarian, you're all on the wagon, are you?
Correct.
Or
yeah.
in it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's get ready to rumble.
For some reason, I'm seeing my name twice. Like looks like it's almost has like a shadow to it.
You know what? That happened with I think Robert yesterday too, and I think he had to refresh his browser. If you want to
Yeah,
try
and
that.
I refreshed it and it didn't do anything.
Okay. We'll just leave it for now and try to fix it later in the quote unquote min time. If that's all right. Is it a big issue?
That's fine. I don't mind.
Alrighty. Let me take Fog of War off here, and so you're traveling down. You've started on your day. You are about half a day's travel from Phandelver, and as you come around a bend, what you notice up in front of you is 2 dead horses lying in the trail. You see this is an escarpment here that goes up from the trail, not down. Obviously, a 2D map can be a bit of a challenge there, and it's about a 15 or 20 minute, or 15 or 20 feet climb up the escarpment. So it's not like the biggest escarpment in the world, but it certainly causes some issues. And that's what you see ahead of you. What do you do?
Is Ventus stopping the cart?
Yeah, I'm going to pull the reins on the cart here, and I'm going to send Minnie Penny over to just kind of take a look, like an aerial flyby here.
All right, once the cart stopped, I'm going to walk to the side and go around the front to see what's going on.
Okay, and everybody else just describe to me what you're doing or not doing. And Purple, just give me an idea of what Minnie Penny can do, or does Minnie Penny have to come back to you to provide any information? Is there a link? Give me an idea of how that works.
That
With your
is a great idea. Let me get out my little book here.
Hey, you can't bring a familiar
This is
along if you
the,
don't know how to use it.
I know this is the real D&D right here. Let me look for the spell.
Let
Okay,
me
so
look
it
at
has
what
to be
book allows me to do.
the familiar has to be within 100 feet of me. As an action, I can look through its eyes, but when I'm in that state, I'm just kind of just sitting there. It's kind of like an astral projection thing. My real body can't really do anything. Other than that, it has a telepathic link with me, so it can. I don't think it really speaks per se, but it could like warn me instinctually, I think.
Absolutely
on,
zero. That's the
danger,
thing. Like
etc.
apparently, like
And also, the owl
can
has
place
the
very, very
flyby
differently.
feat, which the owl doesn't provoke opportunity attack when it flies in and out of an enemy's reach, which is really nice. And it has advantage on wisdom perception checks. and it can bite you with its,
Me
or
too,
it can hit
man.
you with its talons for 1 point of damage. So that's what Mini Penny can do.
And we thought Ventus was just some old man along for a ride.
So Mini Penny's going to come up and take a look at this stuff, and then he's going to come back, or she's going to come back. I'm sorry, Mini Penny. Mini Penny's going to come back, and I'm going to turn to the group and say, guys, there's some dead horses just around the bend up there. I suggest caution and perhaps sneak up and take a closer look.
As
Hearing
Ventus,
this information, I draw my spear and I begin to like hide a bit amongst the brush.
So Ventus, do you think we can move the cart through the horse, or are they completely blocking the?
Oh, they are in the middle of the road. I would suggest pulling the cart off the side, and maybe we can hide it in some bushes, sneak up there and take a look. I don't want to walk into an ambush here, guys. It's been quiet for a couple of days already, so, we're
Did you
bound to
see
run into
like?
trouble somewhere.
Did you see what would have killed the horse? Did you anything?
Mini Penny would like to do a perception, or just to kind of do a check up there. Is she allowed to do that?
As he does that, like Ivarian's gonna kind of like step out of the cart, and go like not too far, just kind of like probably like aside the bulls.
Okay, and as you're moving, yeah, if you can use your roll 20, the waypoint, that's awesome. Move within your move speed as we do this kind of in turn order, though we're not in an encounter. And also just let me know how you're moving. Are you attempting to hide, or you can just roll a stealth in the chat if you are attempting to go stealthy versus just normal. And then yeah, give me, okay, so you gave me that's Mini Penny's wisdom check. What Mini Penny does notice, Ventus,
Hey May,
is
how's it going,
the
man?
horses do certainly look like they're dead. You see several black feathered arrows sticking out of the horses, so you're going to assume that that was the reason why they were killed. The woods press close to the trail here, and the escarpment there with the steep embankment and dense thickets on either side. So it's a bit of a you can get the wagon through there. The trail does go through it, certainly, but the horses are most certainly in the way, and you would have to clear those horses to continue. And there's no real easy way around them due to the escarpment.
Okay. And as I was doing this, I sat down Indian style on the ground and kind of astrally projected myself into the eyes of my familiar, and I was looking around. Also, that's supposed to be a +3 to my perception, and I don't think it did it right, so I'll just remember that in the future, that it's wisdom plus 1d20 +3 for perception checks for the owl.
Sure, and just mark that on a note somewhere, and we'll tackle that outside of game as well.
Absolutely.
We'll fix up the character sheet.
I'm going to turn to my friends and let them know that we can, in fact, get the wagon by. It doesn't look like there's anybody else around, so we can kind of walk up to the dead horses and take a closer look here.
while he's doing his thing with his bird, I want to stealth all the way up to like the trees, the tree line.
So Ventus, did you see what seems to be what have like killed the horse, or?
Yeah. Yes. I also described the way in which they died. I believe there was black arrow shafts in them. Is that what you said, Brett?
Arrows.
Yeah, there's several black feathered arrows sticking out of the horses. Thanks for the stealth rolls, Mortar and Campy. And go ahead and move your tokens where you want to be if you haven't already. But yeah, that's what Mini Penny saw. And where is Mini Penny right now, Ventus? Is Mini Penny still at the location, the token location?
It's chilling in a tree branch, and it's gonna just sit up there.
Okay, so we got Mortar on the north there, sneaking around the tree line. We got Campy doing the same on the south. Craig's, Lore, and Yuvarian, anything going on with you guys as Ventus has moved up towards the horses?
At this point, I just start walking up as far as I can.
Laura's doing nothing so far. They've only said there's dead horses. There's nothing in the area that seems like that would be aggressive towards them. So far he's just staying on the cart, keeping watch, not really doing anything. He doesn't really seem too bothered.
Okay, sounds good. And
I'm
I will
actually.
mention. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, Ivarian is going to follow Crags. Like I'll be like kind of like behind him. And then just before that, I turn to Laura and then I say, Health. Are you going to stay back or are you going to come check us out with us?
Well, I don't think it takes all 6 of us to check it out. I think someone should stay with the cart, keep watching it just in case. And then that's it.
Okay,
I put my
but
feet back up.
keep an eye out. Like, could be bandits or something like that around. So be careful.
Of course, of course.
I want to carry on down this forest line, this tree line, sorry, to about here, and I want to check for traps in that area. Check for tracks. Check for tracks.
If I understood you correctly, you would like to check for tracks.
That's the one.
Okay, sounds good. Give me a. Are you doing a survival roll on that or a perception roll?
Yeah, a survival check.
So Brett, I'm going to give you a perception check because I'm gonna keep an eye around, looking at the tree hedge, things like that, like kind of like an all-around thing.
Okay. Mortar does not see anything untoward in the area, and no traps, nothing
Shit, I
that
rolled
would
that.
seem like a trap that would try to do anything, damage
4
or
plus
otherwise.
4.
And
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
sorry, what was your variant up to?
I just give you a perception check, because I'm kind of like just looking at the tree line, like the tree edge, on both sides, my left and my right, kind of like just looking for a sign of bandits or anything like.
Yeah, and I'm doing the same thing on the southern side.
Look at that.
Okay,
22.
so Yuvarian, you don't really notice too much. You're not incredibly confident with your check, and the tree line to your left, as it gets closer, like you can't quite see Mortar, even if he wasn't stealthy, just because of the ridge there. So you do lose a little bit of line of sight on your left. On your right, to the south, again, you don't see much. And let me figure out where. Oh, there's Campy there. You guys are being very stealthy on me. And Campy, let me have a look here. Campy, you're noticing some movement in the southeast corner there, and you do notice a creature, small, and I will give you a picture of this creature in 2 seconds.
Okay,
And that creature,
I ready my spear. I don't attack. I just get it like ready to like defend myself and everybody else.
okay, and that creature is in this general area, moving amongst those trees there. I don't know if you want to let the rest of the party know that.
Yeah, I'll make like a subtle like almost nature like sound instead of just yelling out and like point.
Okay, and you feel that creature is certainly aware of at least some of your party. They're not just hanging back, having sipping tequila or anything like that. They're ready for action. One's he's got a sword drawn, some sort of blade.
So Brett, if he used like a nature signal, would like would I and then the rest of the elves kind of like understand that? Like, would it be like a traditional signal for elves?
Well, what kind of signal did Campy do there?
Like a traditional like bird call.
Make him do a performance check, see if we understand it.
Okay, well, you the rest of the party hears this bird call from the south there, where Campy is at, assuming that you can see him and he's not too stealthy. What do you tell me? What do you do about it?
Morita looks at Penny and is like, "Is that you?"
Not me. Many Penny squawks at you. Squawk.
At
And
this
then
point,
it
Craig
tries
starts to
to
walk up
stealth.
more.
So is that like Campy signaling to us, or like why?
I just want to carry on down this forest line to get close to where the bird is. So
I'm gonna
staying in the
follow, but
trees.
not as far.
Many Penny's going to try to stealthily circle around our heads, look for more people, for more danger.
Before Yavarian walks off, I say to him, "Call me if you encounter any danger," and I just keep sitting on the wagon.
Well, keep your eyes out because I don't know, there might be something going on here. Like we're just gonna check it out.
Now, Brett, with the ridgeline going into the key, like where exactly would I be going around? Because unfortunately, this map is a little obscured.
Yeah, so give me a ping. What you're talking about there, or what you're indicating?
Like right there,
Yeah,
the cliff
the
goes
legend
into
gets
the
in the
key.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the legend is normal terrain, so you should be able to transfer along that. It's like a smooth dance floor. I'm yanking you.
Yeah, figured.
Yeah. The escarpment here. Whoops, wrong ping. The escarpment here does extend where the legend is overlaying, so there's no real easy way to get up there from that angle. So the best way that you can do is just kind of continue along the edge of the escarpment, or climb up the I guess they call it an embankment.
So basically, the cliffs will go all the way down through the bottom of the map. Basically, there's no way up from this through this entire area that's blocked.
No, let's say it continues all the way along there. So the best way is to head towards in the direction of the horses, and then around to the right.
Okay, that's all I needed to know is if I can go around through the legend or not.
Okay. So as you guys are all doing these movements and such, give me 1 second here.
Shit, man, these guys
Clicking
are
too many
leaving me behind.
things.
Sorcerer in front again.
Craigs, you're gonna have a arrow come flying
Holy
through the air
What? A
and
crit?
hits with the first roll of the game, everybody. The first roll
A crit.
hits with it. And funny enough, you will notice throughout this game that every roll will be a crit. I figured out how to break roll 20.
I thought you said you
The
wouldn't
first
fudge
roll of the
rolls.
game, Craigs gets hits with a critical hit with an arrow.
Holy moly!
And the arrow came from here, and Moritar would have absolutely no problem.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I knew where it was.
Yeah. This guy was hiding pretty well, but as soon as that happened, give me 2 seconds here. I'm switching. There we go.
Sheet!
You see a goblin archer right there, loosed an arrow at Craigs. And Craigs, are you ready for your damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, never mind. Yeah. You do 4 plus additional 5 due to the crit, so you do 9 damage.
Oof, that hurt.
Well, it looks like we're gonna bust out
And
some healing.
while this is going on, and we're about to go into initiative in a second, but these guys do have a little bit of a surprise on you. Moritar, you're about to get some love as well, as this guy comes swinging around.
Oh,
Actually, give me 2 seconds, Moritar. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. This guy comes swinging around with his scimitar and is going to take a swipe at you.
So, guys, the action is taking place over here.
Oh, a 6.
Miss.
There you go. Not all are going to be crits, guys. That scimitar goes easily parried by your weapon or off of a shield. I can't remember what you've got there.
Definitely a
And
weapon.
ladies and gentlemen, I think we're in initiative. Please roll for initiative. If you click on your character up in the top left-hand corner, you'll see an initiative button.
Initiative 10.
All right, first initiative.
Look
Here
at
we
that.
go, boys.
Look at that 20. Look at that.
Nice. No.
Okay, and I'll reorder in a second.
All right, I do get to act
2
before
seconds,
those
2
goblins,
seconds, 2
so I will be
seconds.
bags.
Brett, I don't see an initiative button on Mini Penny's sheet.
Oh, Mini
That could
Penny may
be-
not have. You know what? If you want to just roll,
It
Frustrated.
probably act on your initiative.
Well, they actually, according to the player's handbook, they get their own initiative because they got to
okay.
roll around and get in position if I want to deliver a touch attack. So,
All right.
you want me just to roll again as Ventus and then use that one?
sorry, what was that? I missed that last part.
Brett, do you want me to just roll my initiative again and use that one for the Mini Penny Owl?
Actually, if you don't mind just doing a straight D20 roll, because if you roll again, it'll replace your initiative with the new one.
Sure, absolutely. And that's plus Dex. He's got a +1, so D20 +1.
And where is Mini Penny flying around here? Where? Oh, there she is. 2 seconds. I'll add her to the turn order. There. And a 5. Really?
Apparently,
Really, Mini Penny?
The bird's tired.
he's been flying a lot lately.
Yeah, he's been flopping all over
There's
the place
been-
there.
There's been a lot of dancing going on for the last couple of days, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Mortar, you're up first. You got a goblin up in your grill.
And the grill.
All right. Well, as soon as he's right in my face, I'm gonna withdraw my rapier and I'm gonna stab forwards straight into his gullet.
All right, Brett. Before that happens, do we have a visual on like the guys like in the kind of like under below? Do we have a visual on that? Because you said 10 to 15 feet, so
Yeah, the with the escarpment there, Ventus is going to have a bit of an issue. You're certainly aware that something's going on up here, and an arrow came from that direction and hit Craig's. Moritar can attempt to fill you in as what used to be called a free action as well. So it all depends on the communication of the party as well. But there you certainly know. Well, in this guy here, if you've got a line of sight to him, you can certainly see that he's there.
okay, perfect. So I
But
would
we'll-
have line of sight.
Yeah, so we'll go kind of turn by turn and determine what kind of line of sight that you've got and figure it out from there. If you want to do it that way.
Sounds good, yeah.
Okay, so Mortar swings with a 22, which certainly is going to
Nice.
put what do you got going on there? Rapier. So you're certainly going to put that rapier into that goblin, and 8 piercing damage. Moritar, you have first kill.
Nice. Once he's
Yes.
dead, I'm gonna move.
Everybody else take lunch.
Yeah.
Moritar's got it.
Yeah, I'll move here and I'll face this way. Seeing
All right.
that I knew where that arrow came from.
Yeah. Not only do you know where the arrow came from, you can certainly see that archer there, right there.
Good to know.
Yeah. So you're quite aware of that. And is that your turn? Is that Mortar's turn?
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Before Ventus gets to go, I'm sorry to say, give me 2 seconds here.
Let's
This
look at the spells.
goblin that Campy previously saw is going to head off in this direction and scamper down the escarpment. They are very good at climbing, and end the turn there. And then before Ventus gets to go yet again, I'm just trying to decide who's going to get pinged here. And I think the best person this person has probably a line of sight on is Craig. So sorry to say it, Craig's, but another arrow comes flying by you and keeps on flying right on by you. And that arrow came from this direction over here, and there would be absolutely no reason why you wouldn't be able to see that person. So I'll make him viewable in a second.
Like 60 feet.
Right there.
Yeah, I guess.
Ventus, you finally get to go.
Huzzah! Okay,
Huzzah.
I'm going to select the actual selector instead of the ruler.
Are you
I'm gonna
attacking with your
cruise.
ruler?
Apparently, I'm going to cruise right up next to this guy here, and I'm going to just completely unleash.
Oh man. Sorcerer up front again.
After I click a bunch of buttons.
Oh man.
That's going right at this guy, off in that direction.
Okay. This guy right there, right in front of you?
Right in front of me, yes, sir.
All
So he's
right.
got a DC to beat.
Okay, everybody, this is how the old human does it. So get ready for this.
Yeah, Craig.
Rolls an 11.
This is, you're getting
So
the
he
love,
takes
man. You're
full
getting the
fire
love
damage,
early.
correct?
On a DC 13, yes, sir.
Shit.
Yeah.
Burning hands.
So that
Does he
guy
die?
goes. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Does he die?
That guy goes up in a poof of flames, and he most certainly crumples to a smoky heap in front of you.
Awesome. Can I describe how it happens?
Oh, please do.
Okay, so I run around this dead horse and I put my hand kind of on his head as I kind of parkour over it just a tiny bit. And then I put my hands together in the familiar burning hands gesture. And I just cook the top half of his body. It just looks like barbecue. It's
I
wonderful.
like it.
There's a nice bacony smell.
Awesome.
And that, sir, is my turn.
All righty. Campy, you're up.
Well, I was going to attack that one, but I guess I'll have to pick a new target.
The old man took all the fun from you.
So I'm going to use my action to dash because I can't make it to the other goblin without attempting to climb up, and I'm not a very good climber.
Okay.
So I can make it about there. I have 70 feet of movement if I dash because I have 35 normal.
Yeah, exactly. But that also takes you use your action to double your movement.
Yep. And I'll end my turn right there.
All righty. Yavarian, what's going on?
All right, I'm gonna turn to Laura and I'm gonna say ambush, ambush, ambush. I'm going to then turn back to Krags. Going to cast some healing love. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him. So I guess it's 11 point of healing for him.
Yeah, and that takes a spell slot from you, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, who was that healing? Who are you giving the healing to?
Crags.
Okay, so Crags goes up 11 without going over your max.
And then hold on. I'm going to try to inspire someone. To be 60 feet, so I probably can't do it on Campy. I'm oh, there we go. I'm going to inspire Moritar. So going to tell him, Moritar, you go and fuck this goblin up. And so that means you are going to have, I'm just going to read it to you because Moritar, you're going to have to take note of that. You're going to have to track that. So basically, you will have a d6 that you can add to an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw you make within the next 10 minutes. And that was my bonus action, so move closer to Crags and to Emma.
Okay, and Dead Goblin off the turn order, and Crags is up.
All right. After I take that quite damaging arrow, I go into a rage, and I want to try to climb up this this hill here and get to that goblin.
The rage.
Okay, assuming that half orcs don't have any different climbing ability than your average, I just need an athletics check to get up there. And you also climb at half speed, so it's going to take.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making it up.
Oh. So you go into rage, you start climbing, or you attempt to climb up the hill, and all you do is essentially kind of dig a little bit of a hole in the hill, and you go nowhere. And you fly into even more of a rage because you're not getting anywhere.
I'm rage digging at this point.
Now you, no, I was going to say, no, I think you still have an action because that's all part of your move, or would be climbing be part of your action? Because if you have an action, you can still do a like a ready action or something like that. But remind me, gang, climbing, is that an action? My guess is it is, but
I
what do you
think it
think?
really depends how like high it is. And if
I
he
think-
made it, it would make sense if it was an action.
No, I
but
think
he
it's
I
didn't.
part
think
of
it's
the
really
move.
the DM discretion.
I think whenever
Yeah,
they stand
exactly.
up, it's like half their movement. So if they climb something, it should be movement based as well. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would agree. So it's all movement based. So I think you still have an action left. So is there
Depends
anything
on the
you-
rage. Depend if the rage is a bonus action or an action.
Rage is bonus action.
Yeah,
Ah,
rage
there
is
you go.
bonus action.
Okay, so anything left there, Craigs, that you want to do?
Can I see it even if I'm at the bottom of this thing? After not being able to climb up?
Gargamon, climbing
Yeah,
is a
what
move.
the
Alright,
hell?
cool,
Let's
man.
say you can see it.
And by the way, guys, if
Alright, I'm
if
gonna take
sometimes
one of the
like
hand axes off my belt and I'm gonna throw it at him.
we're not getting the rules like 100% right,
So
we
you're gonna
really
take what
appreciate
off your
your
belt and
feedback.
throw it at him?
One of the hand axes that I have
Okay.
off my
Because
belt.
for some of
I
us,
thought
like
you said
we're learning
handbag, and I'm
fifth as
thinking, are
well.
you
So.
chucking a purse at this guy?
No, I don't have a purse. I'm an orc. What's the matter with you?
Hey,
It's
I
a
haven't
top
gotten too
turning
far.
orc.
Oh,
I haven't gotten too far in your character. I don't know what kind of half orc you are.
man purse.
Okay, that is a hand axe at no, are you at anyways, it doesn't matter whether you're at disadvantage or not. If you're more, yeah, you're more than 20. Anyways, doesn't matter because you got a 19 even for the lowest roll. So you actually, it does matter because if it is not at disadvantage, you've got a critical hit there. Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, so you hit that goblin for 4 points of damage. And I would love to say that you also got a kill, but I'm sorry, I just can't say that right now. But he isn't looking too good with this hand axe going thunk right into his shoulder. And does that end Craig's turn?
Yes, it does.
Alrighty. Well, the guy that just got hit is up, and he's none too happy about that. He saw Mortar move back. Yes, Mortar is saying, back off. That's my goblin. And the goblin is saying the same thing to Mortar. He says, no, you're mine. And he looses an arrow at you. Oof. I would believe that hits Mortar.
Yes, it does.
Alrighty, 21 hits, and with the damage of 8 piercing damage to Mortar.
Holy shit. That's happening right here, guys.
Maybe, just maybe, Mortar needs some help from Craig's. Maybe you guys should become friends.
Well, this is a rough start, man. Whew.
Okay, Lore, Lore, you're up.
Okay. After hearing Yavarian say there's an ambush, I'm going to dash up the side of the cliff.
As you start moving your token, if you double click space bar, it will start to calculate the distance for you as you move your token, and you can do waypoints as well, if that helps. And we can tackle that at some point too. So that's your dash that's your dash movement to get there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I completely forgot about the waypoint system. But yeah, that's my move.
Yeah, that's no problem. It just helps you by not having to use the ruler and then trying to remember which square the ruler pointed to.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so that's Lore's move. Mini Penny, help out, please.
All right, Mini Penny. So Mini Penny is going to go over towards this guy. That's a goblin, correct?
You got her. Yeah, sorry. Did that come through when I said you got her?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Mini Penny's going to go and kind of hide in the branches of the tree up here. She already rolled stealth earlier before the encounter. I don't know if that's still up, but if it's not, I would like to roll it again with the tree.
Yeah, at this point, since there's been a lot of movement and stuff going on, and Mini Penny's been flying around, let's do it again.
Nice.
Oh, Mini Penny is just like a
Into the
like a
ether.
Klingon bird of prey there.
Goes invisible.
That's fantastic. By the way, I found the stealth button on the owl sheet. It was
Awesome.
right in front of my face.
Perfect. Yeah, it's because it's set up as an NPC sheet that it doesn't link to the macros up in the top left hand corner. We'll tackle that outside of game. Again, just make a note of anything that would help you out, and we'll certainly take care of it.
Oh, that's
Okay,
her turn. She's done.
Okay, Mini Penny's done. Moritar, you're back up.
All right. So seeing this goblin's just shot at me, I'm going to withdraw my short bow, and I'll take a shot off at him.
And that's an 18, which certainly hits. And with 9 piercing damage, that goblin takes an arrow right into the chest and falls right over.
And I roar in like a scary orcish roar that I've learned from the past.
A scary orcish roar, you said?
Yep. Seeing as I do speak orc.
How does Craigs feel about that?
I think he muted his mic again.
Yeah, I might have. We'll get his commentary in a second. Mortar, is that the end of Mortar's turn?
I'll move over to the bush, and can I hide?
Yeah, you can certainly roll stealth. Actually, sorry. Hide is an action. Do you have a bonus action?
No, I'm fine. I'll just move into the bush again.
Okay. And with all the excitement of starting the game and everything like that, I haven't been dealing with cover yet, but But if you guys want to use the bush, some of the goblins probably should have had cover, but what the heck. There it is. So Martar's turn is over. Alrighty, and we've got the goblin here to the south by where Mini Penny is, and he's going to loose an arrow at Yverian.
Oh boy.
I believe we're well within range. Oh yeah, no problems.
Bring it.
Bring it. That's a 13 against your AC.
Hold on. Yeah, just hit.
Just hits. So you get an arrow. I don't know. Let's say you get an arrow to the knee. And thanks for that one.
Your adventuring
And-
days are over.
Yeah.
An arrow to the knee.
And you take 3 piercing damage. And yes, your adventuring days are over. And that goblin's going to stay there. And Ventus, you're up.
So at this point, I only see the one goblin still alive, correct?
Yes, at this point, you just got the goblin by Mini Penny there.
Okay. Is there any way that I could maneuver myself to hit this guy? Maybe perhaps if I moved over like that way to get an. I just want to get a line of sight on him so I can toss a
What's
spell at
the
him.
range? Okay.
Yeah, so
So
ranged
60
attack.
feet.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a range. It's a firebolt. But if I moved like right here, I assume that I have line of sight on this guy right there.
Yeah, I would say
Right?
so. The embankment's 10 to 15 feet high, so unless you're right up against the embankment and they're back a little bit, then that's only when you have issues. So I would say if you kind of head due east there, and if you want to back yourself up just for a bit of safety or whatever, I've got no issues with what you're about to do there.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Okay, so that's a 10 against AC. And I don't think that's going to hit. No, that does, even with the shield away, that does not hit.
It zizzes right by his head, and he is frightened.
Yeah. He wasn't too happy about this bolt of fire going by his head, but he was certainly happy that it didn't do anything to him.
So if Aaron's just gonna quickly be like, careful with the fire in the forest, man.
Oh, it'll be fine.
It's like, watch it.
Well, if you got Ray of Frost, it'll all balance out. Okay, is that the end of Ventus' roll?
Yep.
Okay, and then who do we got up next? Campy's up.
So I'm gonna sneak up from behind this guy, grab my spear with 2 hands, and try to poke him in the back.
You go crazy.
I'm assuming a 22 hits.
Actions going on over here. MPs attacking the goblin.
Your mic is muted, Brett.
Probably doing intense
Oh, sorry.
calculations.
I was juggling too many keys there, but I've got it. Did I just I didn't move the map by chance, did I?
I don't think so.
No.
Negative. Good. I heard somebody say something about me moving something, but anyways, so I was juggling a lot of keys there, and I didn't have my push to talk on. That spear certainly goes right between his shoulder blades from the back, and you certainly just get him, and that guy just hangs off the end of your spear like a little bit of a trophy.
Okay, good, because if he wasn't dead, I was going to punch him again.
And punch him and punch him and punch him. Okay, and is that the end of Campy's turn?
If he's still attached to my spear, I still have, let's see, 5, 10. I still have 25 feet of movement.
Well, if you want to move with him, then go for it. If you want him to just kind of slide easily off your spear and then do your movement, then you're more than welcome to do that as well.
Well, with him still attached to my spear, I want to come to the edge of the cliff and throw him over by the horses.
Sure, why not? Why wouldn't you want to do that?
So I come over here and I just throw, like I like swing the spear to try to dislodge him towards the other goblin that's at the base of the cliff.
So you're essentially creating a little bit of a funeral pyre.
Exactly.
Sure. The goblin slides easily off your spear, tumbles or tumbles down the edge of the embankment and lands right beside the other goblin. And we can make that happen just for your pleasure. Right there. Actually, let's just scoot him over just a little bit so we can know what's going on there. Okay, and was that no? There's dead archer there. I'm just kind of cleaning the turn order as we go. Now, I'm sorry to say that that's not the end of everything. Give me 2 seconds here.
Oh snap!
Oh snap! I'm just trying to figure out.
Blood thickens.
We'll let this happen first. Yeah, we're gonna let this happen first, and then we'll kind of go from there. Give me a second here. So an arrow is gonna go flying towards Yvarian there, and it was a miss, and it came from this general direction over here. But I would say, based on the cover and such, nobody can quite see exactly where. You just know that it came from this general direction. The way I deal with the hiding is when an attack is made, whether it hits or misses, you read in the rules that it's that you're aware of the location, but the rules do not specifically state that you're aware that you can actually see the person. Obviously, if they're kind of out in the open or behind a tree, then there's the possibility. But if they're behind some relatively dense brush, it's like somebody shooting at you behind a fence, kind of shooting through a small hole in the fence. You know where the shot came from, but you don't necessarily have a ping on the person unless you want to attempt a perception roll to find out where they are.
Can you like fire an arrow into it with disadvantage?
Yes, you can pick a square and fire at disadvantage, and then as the GM, I will describe either in sound or visually what happens. Okay, so an arrow just went going by Yvarian, and it came from this general direction over here. And Yvarian, you are next up after having to deal with all that.
All right. So first I'm gonna make my move. I'm gonna go against the cliff near or right by Crags.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm just gonna move over here. I'm going to heal myself. I'm just gonna use one of my other spell slot to cure wounds. Level 1, 4. And after that I'm gonna inspire I'm gonna use inspiration on Lore. So I'm gonna be Lore, you go and get him, like just trash him.
Leave it to me.
And if you're not aware with Roll20, you can, if you want to try to remember temporary effects and such, when you click on your token and there's a gear icon, there's also like a little circle icon. That circle icon gives you all kinds of little tokens. You can just pick one that reminds you that you have inspiration. How long does inspiration last for, Ghost?
10 minutes. So if we're in combat, that's for a lot of rounds.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds a round, so that's very long.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just one. And also, as you hover over any of those tokens and you hit a number from 1 to 9, it will also give you a number there too. So if that helps you remember anything, if you hit a 0, it clears the number, but not the not the token or whatever you want to call that thing. You have to click off the token. So there you go, Laura. You've got it going there. That's kind of like a target on your back, though, but it's up to you whether you want to pick that one or not. Okay, Yvarian, is that the end of the turn or anything else there?
No, that's the end of my turn.
Craigs, you are up.
All right, once again, I'm gonna try to climb up this thing.
And that just gets you up there. It's certainly not a slick surface or anything like that. So you've got some footholds and such, and you get yourself up there. So you can move yourself up to the top.
That would be 10 feet then, right? Double movement or half movement.
Yeah, let's say the escarpment is 10 feet at that point. So you've
20 feet left.
So you've actually used 20 feet of movement.
Oh, I used 20 feet, or I have 20 feet left.
To climb 10 feet, you've used double movement to get there. So you've actually used up 20 feet of movement to get up there.
Okay. All right.
How much you got? You probably have around 20 or 25.
I have 30 movement.
Okay, so you got a few more squares to go.
All right.
Moritar, by the way, is telling you to climb back down the embankment.
Can I see anything from here, or am I still obscured?
If you let me see your passive perception. No, but if you want to take an action to roll a active perception check and look around, you can.
Sure. So since I didn't attack anything or get hit this round, my rage ends, and being back to my normal self, I start to look around.
Okay. So if you want to give me a perception check on that.
I see nothing.
You see trees and leaves and some branches, but the branches you don't always see completely either. That's how bad that perception roll was.
God, I'm rolling like such crap today.
We'll get there. Get the ugly rolls out of the way. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay, Laura, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to draw both of my scimitars, and I'm going to head directly into where I saw the arrow came from. So I'm going to move. So I'm going to move there. Do I see anything?
Give me 2 seconds here, because the trees and such are not difficult terrain, but this underlying brush is.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see. So you got 35 feet of movement?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? What the heck? I'll put you there. But the rest will be certainly difficult terrain. Yes, you see. Let me get this guy here. You see a goblin sitting right there with another arrow knocked in the bow. And I'm keeping him hidden because you're the only person that sees him.
Oh, I can't actually see him.
Yeah, you can't actually. Nobody can see him, but I'm keeping him hidden because I want to remember that you're the only person that can see him, but you know exactly where he is, and he's right there.
But the rest of us don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. Unless Laura wants to share that with the rest of the gang.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to reach him this round unless I make a dash. So I will call out coordinates to where he is, and hopefully the party will understand.
So are you going to call out his coordinates?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I believe I don't know what they call it now, but I think it used to be a free action, or what they used to call free action. I think as a free action, you can drop prone.
Oh, no problem. I'm trying to alternate between map and.
So if you want to kind of give yourself a little bit of cover, you're in a bit of cover right now against that goblin. But if you were to drop prone, it would have disadvantage against shooting you on top of the cover. But you would have to use half your movement to get back up again. If I'm correct, that you can drop prone as a free action. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there, depending on what you want to do, rather than stand there and stare down the goblin. It's entirely up to you.
We're so melee oriented. It's crazy.
Can I
we have to run like one place. We have to run
scimitars
back
and
the
draw my
other
longbow
place.
instead, and have that be the rest of my turn?
You can do one of those things as a free action, but the second thing would have to be a free action on your next turn.
Okay,
Or
then
a,
so I'm
yeah,
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead.
I'll just stow the rapiers, scimitars for now, and get ready to draw my longbow next turn.
Okay, sounds good to me. And is that the end of Laura's turn?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Minipane, what do you want to do?
All right, so
That was
Ventus
half
straightens
Scottish,
his
half Irish, 100%
yeah.
crap.
Ventus straightens his long white beard and says to Minniepenny telepathically, "Minniepenny, find the beast to the north." So Minniepenny's going to fly to the north and use his passive perception, I guess. He's still stealth, or she is still stealth. She's right around there. I don't know if she can see her, the enemy from there, but
I can. Sorry. With passive perception, no. She's aware between Laura's conversation and the shot that she's aware that he's certainly in this general area, but passively Minniepenny cannot see the goblin.
okay, Minniepenny's going to continue her flight around looking for the beast.
Okay, certainly as Minniepenny comes to here, I'm certainly going to give it to you that you can see the goblin, given that you are see above.
And she's still stealth, and she used all of her movement plus her dash, so she has no actions left.
Okay, gotcha. So the goblin is right there, and again, if that goblin moves, I'll let you and Laura know exactly what's going on, since you can actually see it.
Cool. And right now she's just in the top branches of a tree, being stealthy, watching the goblin, the beast.
All right, sounds good. And let me just make a marker there that indicates that two people. I know you guys can't see that, but two people can see it. And we're up to Mortar.
All right. So in hearing Law shout that there's a goblin over here in this general area, I'm going to walk forward into this area here. And what do I see?
Okay, let me just check something out here. You know what? Given that he's taken an action and you're getting closer, you can see the goblin right there. But again, to go through these squares, so to go any further into these squares is half movement.
Yeah. Can I take my action to hide, or can he see exactly where I am?
I would say he can. Were you stealth before?
Yeah, I was stealth before.
Okay, and what was your stealth?
I think it was like 14.
Actually, I see in the chat it was 11. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
Stealth a little bit.
I don't remember it.
Don't be cheating on me. Do not be cheating. It was 11.
Oh
yeah,
no,
actually,
that was the second time. That was the one where I thought I could hide as a bonus action. But sure, you can go with that one.
Okay. Either way, you're pretty confident that that goblin is not aware that you're moving up on him.
All right. Well, I'm going to hide in this little area.
Okay. Okay. So what we'll do then is we'll put the little hide icon. If you can throw the little hide icon on you, and that will remember that you're stealthy so far. And is that your turn?
Yep, that's my turn.
Should we use the ninja, like the icon on Minniepenny? I think it's a good one to stealth.
Yeah, that one's not a bad one. The ninja face is pretty good. Yeah.
Totes.
And what the heck is the flexing muscle one there, Martar?
Inspiration.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
He's
I thought
super.
you were going to show it off to the half orc or something.
Well, that too. I've got to show my manliness.
I'm going to walk up and flex at the same time, and be sneaky all at the same time. Okay, it is that goblin's turn, and so he doesn't know Moritar's there. He doesn't know Minniepenny is there, but he is aware of Laura coming up on him, so he's going to loose another bow Laura, you stayed up, right? Like you didn't go prone or anything like that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. But does he have any sort of disadvantage or anything like that? Do you have inspiration right now? You do, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I do.
So what happens with this attack? Is inspiration only on actions you take, or is it also kind of defensive?
So I'll read it, but basically he decide when he wants to use the inspiration, and is that within 10 minutes he use 1d6 and add the die to an ability check, an attack roll, or saving throw.
So any roll 20. So
Yeah.
anything that's like R20.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like it adds anything to your AC or your ability to dodge. So
Nope.
here comes an arrow shooting straight at you, but you're going to add 2 to your AC because you are in half cover in that brush there. And so it's 18 against your AC plus 2.
Yeah, that still hits me.
That still hits you
Oh my
for
god, these goblins!
7 piercing damage.
Jeez! Whoa. Oh, but I think I'm out of.
You guys are getting rocked.
Kinda.
Well, no one's died yet, so
I used it on.
Nobody's died
I
yet.
used it on me.
Yet.
Yeah, I'm out of.
Yet.
yet is the key word in that sentence.
Yeah, and I've killed
Exactly.
2 of their quarries, so it's okay.
And
Well,
then
at least
with
we're
that-
giving Ghost lots of things to do with his heal spells.
Right, but I'm level 1, man. Can't go 4 hours.
And then with that, you're going to see this goblin get up and start hot-footing it back. So let me do my waypoint thing here. So that's whoops. Wow, this waypoint thing takes time. There you go. He hot-foots it back in that direction.
Does Penny get an attack of opportunity with advantage because she's stealth? Or is she too high up to hit him when he runs underneath?
I don't know. If she was on the ground, I would certainly say yes.
She's kind of hiding in the branches, so probably not, I would guess. I mean, these trees are probably, 20 feet.
20, 30, yeah.
Yeah.
So good thinking. If Mini Penny was flying around, maybe I would say, yeah, let's go for, I don't know. It's tough because then it uses up movement. But anyways, given that she's hiding in the branches, we'll leave her there till her turn. And Ventus, you're up. And how far does Mini Penny have to be from you in order to kind of commune? Is it 100 feet?
100 feet. So I have to be within 100 feet of her. And she has 60 feet of movement, and I have 30 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
So I am going to try and firebolt this guy, and he has got some major cover. This probably won't hit, but we're going to try it anyway.
We're going to add 2 to his AC. He's got half cover.
Do you want me to do a disadvantage or anything? Or
Nope. Just
Okay.
he's got half cover, so that's 2. 3/4 cover is 5 to the AC, and
Ooh, a 20.
He's about to burn down the trees.
Yeah, man. I was about to say that. Like, this guy's just trying to burn the fucking forest down. You're lucky.
I'm just
that
a
my
crazy
character-
old man.
You're lucky that
flinging
my character
fire.
can't see you right now.
and Craig's, I see your green circle, but I think you're muted. What's up?
I was just saying, at least it wasn't a natural 20, so you didn't burn down the forest.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you were gonna say, and Craig's walks up to a tree and starts hacking at it with an axe,
Cuts it down.
just to piss off the elves. Okay, so 20 with 6 fire damage. He screams in pain of the fire. He screams in pain of the fire, but he is not down, but he is not looking good at all.
Fantastic. That is my turn.
And Campy is up.
There's no way I'm going to be able to reach him. I'm going to slide down the encampment or the embankment and examine the horses to see if there's anything. Because there's no way I'm getting to that goblin on my turn.
Okay, I'll certainly allow that without a check, just sliding down a 10-ish foot embankment. And so you see the horses, black feathered arrows sticking out of them. Let's just see here. you don't really need a check to indicate that the horses have probably been dead for about a day or so. Like they're certainly not been dead for weeks, but it's not a fresh kill. Either. You are checking around. You see that the saddlebags are kind of taken off the horses and flopped around on the ground, and they don't look like they contain anything. But nearby lies a leather map case, a type of case that you would hold some sort of a map or parchment or something inside of it. And anything you want to do about that before you end your turn?
Can I just pick up the map case and that'll be it?
Yes.
Okay, that'll end my turn.
If you just want to indicate either on the party notes or treasure notes or even on your own character sheet that you've got that. At this point, the rest of the party probably doesn't quite know that you have that, so it's up to you how you want to kind of deal with that. And Yvarian, you're up.
All right. I'm just gonna hunker down here. I guess I'm gonna use a dodge action.
Sorry, a dodge action?
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody tries to attack you, you've got a bit of bonus based on that.
Yeah, I think it
Anybody
gives
who
them
attacks him, they have disadvantage against attacking Yavarian.
pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so is that your turn? Did you want to move at all? Because you can move and still take the dodge action.
No, I think I'm gonna stay there for now.
Okay, Craigs, you're up.
All right, what?
And you're muted, Craigs. We've taken
Sorry,
Craigs out of
it is
we've taken
just
Craigs
what's a
out of his
habit.
element. Yeah, for everybody watching, we've taken Craigs out of his element. He's so used to muting that that he's always muted, and so that and the push to talk sort of cause you issues there, Craigs.
Dodge.
So what do you want to do there, Craigs?
I saw where Ventus shot the firebolt, and I'm going to go in that direction.
Okay. Are you doing normal movement or are you dashing there?
I'm just
Gonna
going to
use
use regular movement.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to use my dash because he's really far.
Sure. And it's regular movement right up to this tree and beyond. You can see a couple of open clearings there. So so there's no half movement as you go underneath that tree.
Yep. That's my full movement there, including dash.
Okay. Anything else that you want to call out to the party as a free action or anything like that? Or are you done with your move?
No. Done with my move.
Okay. Laura, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going to draw my longbow and take a shot.
Okay, and I am going to give him half cover, given that you're going through all that brush and such. So make it a good one. Oh, that is a good one.
Nice.
And that will hit. So what kind of damage do you
Oh
do?
shit!
11.
Wow.
11 piercing. He certainly goes down. So Craigs, you see this goblin just fall right in front of you. And
I just start grumbling to myself.
Yeah, Craig didn't even get a kill.
Half work slow.
I got 2.
Okay, and that guy is dead. We are out of initiative, ladies and gentlemen. Well done.
All right, I'm gonna stumble out of this bush with an arrow placed in my chest, and just stumbling out, like lying down on the floor.
So you're not looking too good, eh, Mortar?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah. So what does the party want to do? You're out of initiative. You're out of the encounter. And I know that we're about an hour and a half in or so here. Does anybody need to take a quick break at this moment and then get back in it, or are we still good to keep going for, like, we're not going to end obviously, but does anybody need to kind of step away for 3 to 5 minutes?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
good.
good.
I figured we could go till the top of the hour and then take like a little break there. You
Yeah,
guys-
I'm
Sure.
fine with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds good. Somebody keep an eye on the clock for me at the same time. And all right, what's up with the party?
I'd like to inspect the map case to see if there's any obviously there's nothing inside of it, but maybe if there's any identifying marks.
Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing. You're correct. There's nothing inside the map case. There's nothing inside the saddlebags and such like that. But you do notice on the edge of one of the saddlebags is a GR
That's a G.
in Dwarven script.
How many
Oh,
people
GR,
here actually
okay.
speak Dwarven?
I do.
Well, I also speak Dwarven, but I was just curious if anybody else did.
And Ivarian's gonna move towards the goblins, the two goblins' bodies, and I'm going to start to search them.
Sorry, can you say that again? You're going to inspect which?
I'm going to search the two goblin bodies, like nearby the horse right here.
Okay. Other than really crappy small leather armor. Sorry about the door closed there. I've got the windows open, and so when it opens and closes, it slams a bit. You've got other than crappy leather armor, small leather armor, and scimitar, short bows. The only other thing you see of note is their black feathered arrows that are in their quivers. And having said that as well, anybody that has fired off arrows can take time at the end of the encounter, or certainly during the encounter with action and move, to retrieve half of their spent, half the arrows that were spent.
No, Craig is gonna go walk up to the goblin that he threw a hand axe at and pick that up.
Law's going to make his way back to the caravan, but you can see on his face he's not used to taking damage as much. So he's pulled the arrow that was sunk into him by the goblin out, and he's like visibly distressed. Like he's obviously never really taken many injuries before, so he's a bit shaken, and he makes his way back to the caravan.
Okay. Anybody taking note of lore and doing anything about that? Or
I cannot
interacting
see
with them?
him. Really, I'm a bit fumbled by what just happened.
Yeah,
I
that's
send
fine.
I send Penny back to the oxen just to make sure they're okay, and she perches on their horns, just making sure the cart's still there. And I'm going to take a look at this body right here if we have not looked at it yet.
Okay, and checking out that body that Ventus just pinged. Again, more or less the same type of thing. Crappy small leather armor, a scimitar, and a short bow with some black feathered arrows. I forgot to note that when Ventus and Craig's was in this kind of general direction there, it certainly looked like there had been some movement there in the past.
Oh, I tell our naturey friend that there might be some tracks up there, Moritar.
After I finish bandaging, can I make a survival check to see what sort of tracks these are?
Cool. I hold up a black feathered arrow to Lore and I say, "Can you use these? They look kind of crappy."
Okay, and Laura, they're certainly usable. It just depends on whether Laura, and I saw the survival check there, Mortar. It just depends on whether Laura actually wants to make use of them or not. If they're beneath him.
How many of them were there?
There's about each goblin has about, like, they've loosed a few. So some of them have about 7. Some of them have like 10ish, 12ish. So there's probably 30ish between the various goblins, maybe a little bit more.
I'll wave my hand away, just like in dismissal, and say I'm not going to use the tools of barbarians, and then keep walking towards the cart.
I nod sagely and I make the arrow burn in my hand until it's nothing. Ash. I start
Okay.
walking back to the cart too.
With my survival check, what do I discover from these tracks?
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't going to let that one go by either. So you've noticed that there's been certainly some quite a bit of movement in this area. You've there's quite a few tracks, goblin tracks, and they seem to head off into the northeast in the direction that the goblin was running. And it would seem that if you would want to track them, it would be relatively easy to do so. And this doesn't look like 1 or 2 kind of goblins. Like, there looks like there's been a lot of movement, trampling of like broken branches, and whatever grass is there underfoot has been decently well trampled. That there's been some activity, either frequent activity in this area, or just a lot of activity once by a number of creatures.
All right, I'm gonna start walking back to the cart now.
Okay. And
Campy
so,
is going to take out his herbalism kit, just for a little flavor, and examine the wound of Yavarian and see if I can like make like a little bit of a poultice to like seal the wound so it doesn't get infected.
Oh,
okay,
thanks,
and
man. I'm good to go though. I was able to take care of myself. I'm in pretty good shape. Maybe check on the other guys.
You still had an open wound in your knee.
Remember, your adventuring days are over.
you don't want your adventuring days to be over.
No, but I mean, like, out of character, like, I healed that to full, like, with like a healing spell. So I don't know if there's still like a gaping wound or whatever. But
It's probably just scarring.
oh,
I think that's what healing does.
Okay, yeah,
You're
probably.
probably fine.
Because I'm max HP right now.
I forgot
like,
you healed you.
I'm good to go. And so I'm just gonna say there's arrows here and some other stuff if anybody wants to take a look, and then I'm going to head over towards the caravan.
As you come to the cart or caravan type thing, the wagon, Moritar's in the back in a trance.
Mortar's in the back in a trance.
Yep. So what elves do?
Okay.
All right, and as all the party goes back to the wagon, I go up to the horses and I start butchering them for meat.
How long have they
Alrighty.
been dead?
Like a day.
Oh,
You figure they've been dead about it. Like, it's not a fresh kill, but they haven't been sitting there for days or weeks either.
have we fully investigated the item we found on there, the map, the scroll, or
No, I haven't brought it up to the group just yet. I
Okay.
was waiting for everybody to regather at the cart.
Okay, and then with that, what's everybody doing? Are we all regathering at the cart? Craig's is still butchering some horse meat, it looks like.
Yep.
Okay, and we got everybody else by the cart, I think.
So what happened, guys? I got an arrow, but then I couldn't see what happened. Did you guys get it, or?
I do believe, Ivarian, that is called a trap, and we stepped right into it. Good thing that goblins are stupid.
No, but I mean, like, cause I couldn't see where the arrow came from, and then I was pressed on the cliff, so like I didn't know, like, did he escape, or did you guys get him?
Oh no, we got him.
Okay, all right, that's good, I
Yeah,
guess.
Lore took him down with an arrow right to the eye socket, if I recall. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, and oh boy, is that like
I pull out
Mordor,
the
who's
map piece.
pretty rough in rough shape? I think it is, right? It's
Oh,
Mor-
character, yeah,
Ah.
he is.
And Moritar's looking in rough shape. Like at this
Yeah,
point,
I'm
there's nothing I can do. Like I'm kind of spent myself. Like. There's nothing I can do. Like I'm kind of spent myself. Like what do we want to do? Do we want to kind of like push through or? And then I'm like, yo, Krags, can you take the horse out of the road while you're down there?
Yeah, all right. And after I finish butchering them, I pick them up and throw them on the side.
While
the
he's
road.
butchering the horses, I suggest that Moritar take a rest. Just sit down and
way
Um,
too late for that. He's doing it. He's in a
Mort-
trance right now.
Mortar's in a trance at the back of the wagon, correct?
He's
Yeah.
trancing.
Yeah, I speak up and say I'm also pretty injured. Like I took a pretty bad hit there, so I think I'm going to follow suit and take a nap as well.
while this is happening, I'm sending Mini Penny to the north just to kind of take a look at where those tracks were that Yavarian, or I'm sorry, Moritar was telling us about, and just to make sure nothing comes from that direction.
I haven't mentioned the tracks, really.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Craigs probably saw them, though, just not in as much detail as I saw them.
Yeah, Ventus, by being over there, did notice that there was a little bit of there's certainly something to be of interest there heading northeast in terms of activity, but you wouldn't have the detail that. Oh, I'm sorry. Who did the survival check? Moritar.
I did. Yeah.
You wouldn't have the detail that Moritar had, but there's certainly nothing to say that you would send Penny over there if you were a little bit suspicious.
Okay. Well, I mean, Mini Penny's been scouting already through, so I assume she's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
doing her regular thing.
Yeah. Okay, so Mortar and Lore, you're in the back of the wagon. I sense that you're attempting a short rest. It looks like.
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a long rest for elves. It's
Oh,
like
that's
4
right.
hours
You
in trance. Yeah.
yeah. So how much time do you need in order to accomplish what you need to accomplish?
Need
4
4
hours.
hours in complete trance.
4 hours. Okay. All right. And Mini Penny's kind of floating around. Mini Penny doesn't see anything untoward. No movement from there. And the horses have been moved. Or yes, the horses have been moved out of the way by Craigs. And the goblins are still there, though if you wish, you can drive the wagon right over the goblins if that makes you feel better. And
I assume I asked Craigs to gather the goblins in a pile and I set them on fire. If Craigs would do that. Because I'm not going to pick up bodies and move them around.
Feeling
Just
useless
leave 'em
after
there.
the fight, Craigs agrees. Might as well do something since I couldn't kill anything.
Yeah, because I'm going to make a big fire. You're going to like it.
All right. Anywhere particular you want to make the fire, or I can just kind of pile them right here, unless there's
Just
a
right there.
specific
Whatever's
spot.
easiest for Craigs. I'm
Alrighty.
sure he takes like shortest distance. Chunking them over the
By
side.
the way, human, you might want to be more careful about using fire whenever you're around forest or tree area.
Turn to Yavarian and I say, "Oh, well, I've been doing this for a long time, and I usually almost never burn things I don't mean to. So if it happens, it happens. But I think it'll be all right. I would have to really screw up to set something on fire I didn't want to."
I don't want to leave it to chance, so I'd say maybe you shouldn't use those kind of like spell or magic whenever we're in the outside. How about that?
I say I'll take that under advisement, and I just turn around and walk away. I'm obviously not going to do that.
That I know enough about the military to know that is a noted.
Noted. So I guess we're taking a short rest then.
Is the plan to take a short rest here? Is the plan to continue on to Phandelver, check out the trail? Those of you who are aware of it, the tracks, turn around and head back to Neverwinter. What's going on?
Since I went up to collect that goblin all the way up to the north, did I notice anything going that far up?
Again, no, you can do a survival check as well if you wish, but just without a check, you notice that there has been some activity and movement in that area. It's certainly not pristine wildlands or anything like that.
Nope. Didn't notice
And
nothing.
and you notice that there has been some movement and activity in that area, and that it's not pristine wildlands.
Okay. Let's just bring the body back.
Okay, so you must have +5 on survival then, I take it, because it looks like you rolled a 2, eh? Anyways.
I have a +2 because
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
proficient.
that's what the 2 means. Okay, gotcha. Because I'm thinking, man, that was a low roll, but good thing that you bumped it up.
So I'm turning around and like everybody and be like, so what are we doing now? Are we pushing through? Like, are we doing something about those goblins? What are we doing?
I
I
ask
I
if
pull out the empty map case that I found and point out that there's a marking on it that says GR on it in Dwarvish.
Gundren?
Yeah, wouldn't that be Gundren's initial?
Gundren Rockseeker.
Exactly. I think he's been captured.
I say, oh no, we'll never get paid at this rate. We must save him.
What makes you think he's been captured?
Because this is his insignia.
His personal that belonged to him. If it's left here, those horses are dead. I assume they were part of the guys that were coming. Sildar Hallwinter and Gundren Rockseeker, as they were going ahead in front of us, in front of the caravan.
So okay, so they would have been on those horse. Like Gundren would have been on those horse, and then.
Do we recognize these horses at all as having seen them before in the company of Sildar and Gundren before we left, Brett?
You probably wouldn't have like you met with Gundren at his place of business and such, and I'm sure he had a place there that you would saddle up a horse or something like that. But you wouldn't have had you wouldn't have had a tour of his stables or anything like that to really know. All you can piece together is that he and Sildar Hallwinter left on horseback. He mentioned he was going to head to Phandelver on horseback, and the map case and the GR. So that's what you know at this point. Whether it's a coincidence or not, up to you.
It's possible that they've been captured
or killed.
Well, I mean, there's no, yeah, but I mean, there's no body where those horses are, so we didn't find any bodies. Could be alive.
That is a good point, and I believe we must act on the assumption that they are alive until proven otherwise. I think it's our duty to go and try and see if we can find Gundren, or at least see what became of him.
Based on the fact that they left the dead horse bodies but no other bodies, makes me think that perhaps they took them prisoner.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think I'd like to go and go to their help, or at least investigate a little bit further if we can.
I noticed a lot of movement to the north east side of the road where we found the dead horses. Perhaps if we go over there, we can follow maybe some sort of sign. I don't know. But if we do this, I believe we should hide the wagon. I mean, if we lose all of Gundren's goods while we're off investigating something, he's going to be very upset.
Right.
Well, how far away is Phandelver from here?
It's still a good days away, I believe.
Yeah, you left this morning expecting to arrive in Phandelver towards the end of the day. It was pretty much a full day journey. This encounter took a handful of minutes, like let's just say 10-ish, plus the searching and the conversation. So you've taken about a half an hour from your travel. So you could still arrive in Phandelver before you lose too much light. But it's not around the corner. It's not in sight. Actually, if
Then-
you wish, I can take you quickly back to the Sword Coast map and show you where you are on that map.
Yeah, could you do that quickly?
Yep. Oh, that took me back to that map, but I didn't take you guys. 1 second. And not only will I... Oh, you've got too many P's on this map. Not only will I move the P there. Come on now. Where are we going here? There we are.
So we are the P.
You are the P, and just trying to find out where the... There you go. So that's where you are now. And why isn't that showing up? Give me... Oh, there. Okay, yeah. So you guys can see that circle goblin ambush right there on the trail.
Right. Yep.
Okay. So it's about I believe it's about 20-ish miles, maybe a little bit. I think the day's trek to Phandelver was about 20-ish miles, and you made it about 5-ish miles. You started the day right off the high road, so you can travel about, I think it's specifically 24 miles a day at normal pace. So that's where that's what you got to play with. You're certainly closer to Phandelver than you are from Neverwinter. You've already done 2 days of travel from Neverwinter to the north.
Okay. How about we rush through Phandelver, drop the caravan, see if Gundren is there. If he's missing, then we would know that he's probably been captured, possibly to the north, as Ventus was pointing, and then we could get there before dark, or just as the dark settles in, and then maybe we could travel back by night and get an element of surprise or something like that. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, the way I look at it, we have two options. One, we can travel to Phandelver, safely deliver Gundren's supplies, but the longer we wait to try to find him, the higher chance that he might not survive.
Well, it seems that it's been a day already. And then, I mean, like, I feel that if we go to investigate and try to find him right now, we'd potentially lose everything. Like, the caravan would be lost, and then if we don't find him, then everything would be lost. Like, if we leave this caravan here, I don't think it would stay here for long. Like,
You can you could push the caravan off, like the wagon off the road a little bit amongst the trees. What happens after that obviously is completely up to whatever, but it's not that it has to stay right there on the road necessarily, but obviously you're leaving a large wagon somewhere if you
Right.
choose to do that.
Without Gundren, we have no one to deliver the goods to. In
Yeah, are we
Phandelver,
getting
do we?
paid if he's not there?
No.
I'm sure
No,
sure
no.
I
there's
didn't do this
someone
for
that we can drop
charity.
the goods to. I'm sure, like, that there's someone's working for him over there that we can drop the goods to.
As far as I know, my only contacts have been Gundren and his bodyguard, Sildar. I haven't had contacts with anyone else. I don't know. All I know is to meet Gundren at the local inn in Phandelver. I mean, if he's not there, if he's been taken prisoner, and we go there, then by the time we come back to the cave, he may be dead.
Plus, we need to rest. I'm completely spent. Like, and we got an injured guy over here. I don't know. We're not in good shape right now.
You would assume that there's going to be some kind of meeting place in Phandelver, like a general provisioners to drop off the place or so. Phandelver is not a large town. Neverwinter in itself, I think, is only a few hundred to maybe a few thousand, and Phandelver is certainly a small town. Some of you might know a little bit about it, or a history check might give you more information. But you would assume that that it wouldn't be too hard to find Gundren if he was there.
I know nothing.
That's just, you
Vent-
know nothing,
Ventus-
Jon Snow.
Yeah, Vorpal, pick one thing that you do know, and we will forget it.
Fire is hot. No, we can't forget that.
Not anymore, you know that.
Oh, good.
Well, it's I think we just hit
So,
2
yeah,
on the clock.
that's
So
Up to you
wrap
guys. What do we
things.
want to do?
do you want to take a
you
short
are,
break and think about it?
Time is ticking away a little bit, and the longer you leave it, the more chance that you're going to be traveling a little bit in dark, although you're not of danger of that right now. And everybody in the party knows that even the high road is not the safest place to travel. This is still, Forgotten Realms is still wilderness with all kinds of bad things around. So it's up to the party what they want to do and how they want to do it.
Yeah, Brett, we're kind of like on the hour. Like, should we kind of like just take a quick 5-minute break and think about it and then come back? And
Yeah, thanks, Seth, for reminding about that. And yeah, if we want to step away for 5 minutes and take a quick break, and then just put in Roll20 chat when you're back, then we'll continue, and you can figure out what to do from there.
everybody okay with that?
Okay, so everybody take 5.
Sweet, let's take 5. So guys, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. I'll try to put some music up, and then we'll be back and we'll keep going on for there. I'm not sure what to do actually. Plot thickens. I feel we're I'll have to think about it. Hopefully I can think about it fast. I'll try to put some music, and I'll be right back. I should try to. I'll try to. I need my headphones if I want to see what kind of music I'm gonna. That one. Personal favorite. Should I loop it? Loop it. Alright. I think we're good to go. I'll be right back, guys. wait for the others. Down a notch. Salut Jessica. Alright. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I feel we should go to Phandelver. I think it's a bad idea if we just try to chase these goblins. We have Moritar who's in rough shape. Rough shape. He has like never left. So I'm back. I'm back. Kimpy's back. Mortar's back. Lord's back. Big Crags. Yeah, I think we're just missing on the Crags. I'll get to take a break though. I really need to pee. I think we're only missing Crags, guys. I think we're all back. Except Crags.
Yeah, and Vorpal's out of game at the moment, but he might have just popped out and is coming back in. I just saw him come back to the voice.
Alright. I know, right? Fantasy, like...
I'm just doing a little bit of quick chatting in Twitch here.
Like, I think,
Crags is back now.
Yep.
there's a few ways, like, we could go about that. So, yeah, different parties will tackle that differently, for sure.
Some nice comments in the Twitch chat. Like I just mentioned that no matter how many times you read a module or DM it, you always forget a few things, and then you just kind of role play it in as it happens. And then Fantasy Soul said it's interesting to see how different parties handle similar encounters, and I agree with that. It's always fun to. It's the same adventure, right? But depending on what you guys do, it's all different in terms of how things go. It's just going to continue more so as we continue on the adventure too. So good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Okay, so let's do a push to talk test here to see all the green lights light up. And yeah, we've got everybody, but I didn't see Vorpal's on that one. I don't know if we've got Vorpal back.
He's
Vorpal
deafened right now. He's deafened.
Oh, is he? Okay. What's the best way to ping him? Well, actually, we haven't hit our complete 5 minutes either, but is there a way that we can ping him?
He's back. He's back. He was probably smoking.
Yeah, there we go. No
outside.
worries. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. We don't judge. We don't judge.
Mr. DM, how much horse meat did I get?
2 horses. Oh, now you're really gonna test the DM abilities here.
Yep.
What's that?
Said yep.
Yep. Huh. What do you think would be there? 4 or
They were
5 pounds? You're
They were
asking a
rotting
DM who's
bit
never
as well,
hunted.
weren't they? Seems reasonable.
I'd say 4 or 5 pounds, but you're asking a DM that's never
All right.
hunted.
5
Yeah,
pounds is
I would
Depends,
say
man.
4 or
It
5
could-
pounds
Could
sounds
be a
about right.
lot.
It could be a
I-
lot more, but don't forget it's been sitting out rotting in the sun for a day.
Yeah. So.
Can
that's
somebody
a 5
check the
pounds
player's
reasonable.
handbook on that, please? How many pounds of when a half orc is just hacking away at them?
Well, actually, let me tell you this. When you hunt a moose, like, and you're very far up north, it takes a while until you're able to freeze that meat. So it remains dead for a while until you're able to get it out of the woods. then you have to kind of butcher it. So a day is not too bad. Like you would still be able to get like way more than 4 pounds, but it all depends on the time you put in because you have to butcher that thing, and it really depends on how if you know how to butcher it, like if you know like where the cuts are and things like that. If the horse died from an arrow, like pretty much all the meat would be pristine, especially like I don't think there would be like any gaping wounds or stuff like that just from an arrow. So you could get
Yeah.
like hundreds of pounds of meat if you want.
Yeah, so again, asking a non-hunter, I'll say 4 to 5 pounds. But if anybody thinks that's should be different,
With
speak
the
up.
time I had, I probably just took. That sounds right.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
also
thinking
kind
the
of
time plays into it as well.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
okay. All right. So what's I've got you on the Sword Coast map. We can stay on there for a moment. But what does the party think? You've got some options as you've discussed. You can still make it to Phandelver by the with daylight. A little bit of daylight to spare. What's your thoughts?
I still think we should hurry up to Fandel and drop the goods, and then maybe rest a little bit, and then prepare to go look for Gondron.
Wherever the cart's going, I'm going because I'm sleeping.
The cart
that
would
sounds
certainly
good.
take 4 hours to get there. So as long as the elves can remain, I would imagine, relatively undisturbed. Obviously,
It's actually 8. It's 8 hours for everybody, even for elves.
No, they
it's
have
it's 4.
trance.
Yeah, trance is 4 hours and you stay semi-conscious, but as long as you're in that trance for 4 hours, you get a full rest.
Oh yeah, is that what that's pretty
Yeah,
handy.
no, I've got it in my bio just to make sure.
So what I'm trying to state there is that the trip to Fandalen will not be a full 8 hours. So it's not like everybody's going to get a long rest, and it will be a bumpy ride. But if everybody feels that the elves accomplish their 4 hour trance, and obviously potential for short rest, as long as you don't do anything too extraneous. I've never encountered a short rest on a wagon, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Yeah, as in trance, you stay semi-conscious, so you are aware of what's going on around you, but you're in that like meditation type thing.
Yeah, I think could work. So Ventus, should we get the cart moving?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go, man. Also, I found a link that has a thing on it. We can deal with that later, though.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'll keep that open for later. Thanks. Okay, so that's the now obviously part of this decision is not including Mortar or Lore because they're trance in the back of the wagon, I would imagine. So is that the decision to get the cart moving and head towards Fandalen?
Up to Ventus.
Yes.
Okay, and for Lore and for Robert and Seth, I don't remember reading anything that if you do accomplish this 4 hour trance, I think you would be able to pull that off in the back of a bumpy wagon. But anything that indicates differently?
From what I just read from that little page that Ventus put down is the fact that they still have to take 8 hours rest, but the 4 hours of that can be in trance, and that's how they gain their health.
Okay.
That's how they gain their long rest. But the other 4 hours they can do something else.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so you're off to Fandalen then it is. And you arrive at Fandalen without any other issues or problems, and we'll move you over to that's the road to Fandalen. You're beyond that now. We'll move you over to that now. And I think I've got a P on that one, a P for party up at the top there. So you're coming in from the north. Obviously, you're going to figure out these buildings after just a little bit of time in Fandalen anyway, so there's no sense trying to figure out how to remove all the naming. I don't think that's going to give away any spoilers. And then the first areas you come in, it's a small town. So let me give you a little bit of a description of the place as you enter the town here. The rutted tracks emerge from a wooded hillside, and you catch your first glimpse of Phandelver, or Phandelver. I can never remember how it's pronounced. Phandelver, let's go with that. The town consists of 40 or 50 simple log buildings, with some built on old fieldstone foundations. More old ruins, crumbling stone walls covered in ivy and briars surround the newer houses and shops, showing how this must have been a much larger town in centuries past. So you can see a few of the ruins on the maps there, and there's a bit of a fence line, or maybe even a what used to be the walls of a larger town just along the edge there. Most of the newer buildings are set on the sides of a cart track, which widens into a muddy main street of sorts as it climbs towards a ruined manor. So here's the town center, as it were, and you do notice off in the distance here this manor up in the top of the hill that seems to have seen its better days. As you approach, you see children playing on the town green, and townsfolk tending to chores and or running errands at shops. Most people look up as you approach, but all return to their business as you go by. So there doesn't seem to be much attraction to the fact that a wagon with 6 people, or I guess 4 seen maybe, coming in. And you do pass as you come in, and I think the whole party has access to this token, by the way. But you do pass as you come in this shop, Barthen's Provisions, that certainly looks like a bit of a general store, or you can continue into the center of town and just kind of take the lay of land from there.
So anybody knows where like if there's anybody we could talk to, try to drop off the like these goods. Did anybody remember any like point of contact, names, something?
How many hours have passed?
Oh, thanks. Let me think now. The whole day ride without the encounter would have taken you in the area of about 8 hours. So that was about 6 hours of travel to get in.
All right, so I'd be awake by now. So I'm guessing I would remember that this is where we're supposed to go from
Yeah.
what we've been told.
And when Gundren hired me for this particular job, he mentioned something about Barthen.
Barthen.
It seems
good.
like it's the place.
So I guess we gotta look for Barthen.
Yep. And as we go into town, Ventus is asking anybody that looks like a townsperson, "Hey, where is Gundren's shop? His general goods store."
And as you check with a couple of people, they say, "Well, I don't know too much about a Gundren, but there's a general goods store at the north, Barthen's Provisions, which you'll get your typical goods and such. Or there's the Lion Shield Coster, more in the center of town, where Lien runs that shop, and more for weapons and armor, which kind of seems your sort, looking you up and down. They kind of feel that that may be of interest to you as well.
Cool.
If anybody were to know about Gundren, you might also want to check the town master's hall, if the town master is still there, because it is getting late on to the day.
Yeah, so like what is it, midday, or are we getting into near dark?
I think it's near dark, right?
It's certainly past midday. It's the sun is going down. It hasn't set yet, but and a good portion of the shops still seem open. Like it's kind of like a sun up to sundown kind of town. But you don't in certainly about 30 minutes to an hour, you would imagine that most places are going to be shut down except for the inns and the pubs and such.
Alright, I guess let's try to hurry for the town hall then. Let's try to ask about Gundren over there.
Okay.
I'm
Yep,
gonna
let's
I'm
go
gonna
there
head
too.
into Barthen's Provisions.
Sorry, Campy's going to head into Barthen's Provisions.
Yes.
Okay, and then the rest of the party is heading towards the Townmaster Hall. Is that correct?
I'll go
Sounds-
into Barthen's
sounds right.
Provisions with him.
Oh, you're splitting the party already on me. Okay, so Campy and Craig's is heading into Barthen's Provisions, and the rest
No,
is.
Craig's just staying on the
Moritar
wagon.
is going in with.
Oh,
Campy.
sorry.
Is that right?
Yeah, no, I saw out of the corner of my eye Craig's light up when that was being said, so I just put the two and two together. So Moritar and Campy are heading into Barthen's Provisions, and the rest of the crew is going to the town hall.
I'm going to go with Campy and Mortar to the provision store.
Why don't we
That's
all just
Ventus.
go?
Well, we got about 30 minutes. Let's divide and conquer. You guys take care of the Townmaster's Hall, and we'll take care of dropping off the wagon.
Well, I'm not staying with the other two elves, so I'm gonna go with Ventus and Campy.
I don't want to go in with Dad. I'm going to go with Mom.
There's still an elf among that group.
There's actually
You're
two
not
elves
getting away
in that
from
group.
them. Yeah,
Yeah, but better to stick with the
probably the better
There's
of
an elf.
the.
human.
And I
Probably the
doesn't
better
one
of
of
the
them
two
already
group, though,
have the
so-
necklace full of orc fingers?
Yeah, that's is it Moritar that's got the necklace of orc fingers?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah. So sorry, give it to me again. So Barthen's Provisions. I think I have Vorpal, Campy, Moritar, and Craig's.
Yeah.
Correct.
Is that correct?
We're
And,
all going into Barthen's Provisions.
Yeah, and then I'm sorry, everybody's. You're confusing me.
I'm confused.
Everybody's going
Who's
in-
Who's going where?
Yeah, it's so Yuvarian and who am I missing? Yuvarian and somebody.
Lore.
Yeah.
We're going to the Townmaster's Hall, and then
Yeah.
everybody else is going into Barthen's Provisions with the cart.
Okay, and where's the wagon going?
Stick it
With
outside.
us to the
still.
Barthen's Provisions.
Yeah, just keep it outside like the path,
Okay, so
So,
is the
like-
chat correct there
like around
in
there.
terms of BP and TH? BP
Yes.
being Barthen's Provisions. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay. Let me just put that off to the side there. Let's deal with Barthen's Provisions first, just given that it's in the north, if that's okay with everybody.
Sure.
And let me find. This is where Wizard of the Coast gets me flipping back and forth a little bit here. Actually, you know what? Give me 2 seconds. I've made this easier on myself as soon as I just open it up. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. All right. So upon entering this trading post, you see typical goods and supplies, venturing gear, backpacks, bedrolls, ropes, that kind of stuff. You would expect to find most of your common adventuring gear here. A lean, balding human male behind the counter looks up and gives you a friendly hello. Come on in, welcome. He kind of looks at the half orc a little bit out of the corner of his eye, but there it is. And you see a couple of young clerks are kind of helping stock the shelves and such.
I grasp his hand firmly and I say, "Welcome, or thank you. My name is Ventus, and these are my friends. We actually came looking for Gundren Rockseeker. Have you seen him?"
When Ventus says friends, Moritar looks at him with a bit of a, what's he talking about?
Rolls your eyes.
A little bit of Roll's eye.
Yeah, a bit of a scowl as well.
All right, you're still my friend.
Sure. So so when you extend your hand and introduce your name, he says, "Well, I'm Elmar Barthen. Pleased to meet you." And then when you mention looking for Gundren, he says, "Well, did Gundren send you? Is this the supplies that we were expecting?"
Yes, indeed. We were expecting Gundren to be here before us.
It is, yes, and I would like my coin and I would like to get going.
He says, "Well, just 1 second here, one at a time."
I do not have a second. I would like to get going now. You pass me the coin and I can get out your way.
Well, and he kind of stiffens a little bit and he says, "Let me send my stock clerks out to your wagon to make sure that this is the supplies that I was expecting."
Can you
And,
hurry up then, please?
yes, and he turns to his clerks and he asks them to go out and just have a peek on the wagon and report back. And during that, he says, "Now you're expecting Gundren here. I was expecting Gundren as well. When is he arriving?"
He set out a few days prior to us. We thought he was gonna be here, like when we arrived.
I have not seen him at all. I would have expected. When did you leave from Neverwinter?
About 2.5, 3 days ago.
And he mentioned he was coming straight to Phandelver because he certainly has business here, and we were expecting him.
Yeah, he said he was heading straight here, and we were to meet him.
No, he has not arrived, and I would have expected to see him as soon as he arrived because we are helping him with his expedition. Um, uh, did Do you have any word whatsoever, or did he indicate how long it would take for him to arrive?
He didn't indicate anything. I assumed he head out
Let me see if I can
before us
message back to these
to try
guys.
to get an early start.
It was my understanding that
Points
Gundren
are
wanted to be
to
here
range, what's the
before we
range?
arrived to have
20 feet.
things set up and ready to go. The fact that
Or-
he's not here has me very concerned. But this is our problem, and we will deal with it. So if you'll just give us our money, our elf friend won't have to get
We are wasting
any more
time.
nasty.
I would like my coin.
He says, "Well, yes, I've been under," and by this time the clerks come in and kind of give him a nod. He says, "I've been under instructions to pay the people, the escorts that bring the wagon here. So thank you for doing that and keeping everything safe. I will provide you the 10 gold pieces that Gundren promised, but I'm very concerned that Gundren isn't here as well." And I'm worried that something may have happened to him because we all know that travel on the roads is not very safe. And he heads towards the back of the main room that he's in, and underneath the counter, and he starts rummaging for some coin.
I tell him
And
to hold the wagon until we locate Gundren. Just
yes,
keep him safe here.
okay, and as he's doing this, he notices out of the side corner of his eye that Craig's is kind of picking stuff up and putting it in his sack and saying, and he kind of says in a bit of a worried voice, "A good sir, you are expecting to pay for those things, correct?"
You talking to me?
Yes, the things that you've put in your bag, you are expecting to pay for those, correct? Usually, people bring them to the counter first.
And then Craggs just starts taking things out of the bag and puts it back.
But probably doesn't put them back exactly where they were on the shelf, correct?
Nope, he kind of like empties his bag, picks up the horse meat, puts it back in, and
Yeah, does he leave any horse meat on the shelf?
no, he makes sure he takes that as
Okay.
it was his before that.
Okay. So not Barthen, what's this guy's first name? Sorry, Elmar brings some coin up and hands 10 gold pieces to each of you there. So to Vorpal, Ventus, excuse me, to Campy,
Shit, should have been there.
to Moritar,
This sound
and
fucking
to Craigs.
All right, Maritar snatches a coin and swiftly moves out the door.
I also mentioned there were two others in our group. They went over to the town master's hall.
Oh yeah, I say give me their gold and I'll give it to them.
Oh man.
He says that's all fine and good. Thank you. If you can have them come to the shop very soon, we are closing, or tomorrow morning, I will have their pay for them.
They're going to be here probably right after you close, so if you could please stick around to pay them their money. Else they might come to your house and come get collected there. So if I were you, I would just stick around for a little bit. We got some business to take care of. Let me go find my two friends and we will come right back to receive their money. Otherwise, you could just give it to me and I could give it to them.
I will be at the store for a little bit after we close, so just have them come here as quickly as possible. If I'm not here by the time they get here, then please don't disturb me at my home. I will see them in the morning.
Okay. Well, I'm not them, so no promises, but thank you. And I walk out.
Okay, so Mortar has walked out, I believe.
Yeah, actually, before I walked out the door, I turn back, remembering, and I go, "Have you seen any orcs in this part? Not that one."
Wait, Craigs.
I'm looking at Barthen.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Barthen points at Craig's. He says, "Oh, orcs. Yes, and he's kind of looking at Craig's a little bit warily and concerned, and he says, apparently there has been some issues outside of town, and you would be well. It would be well to go to the townmaster hall
Who
and
would I
to
speak to there?
visit the townmaster there and speak to him.
What is his name?
You would go to the townmaster hall and speak to. You would speak to. Oh, goodness me! Too many names in my my head here. Give me 2 seconds. We'll find out who the townmaster is. Harbin Wester. I'll put that in the chat. You would speak to Harbin Wester. He is our townmaster, and he kind of lowers his.
As I hear the name, I'm gone.
Okay.
Gone out, and I'm walking towards the townmaster's hall.
All right, and as you leave, he is abruptly interrupted as you leave, and so he turns to Ventus and says, "If you follow your friend and you speak to Harbin," he kind of lowers his voice a bit and says, "Can you see if you can step things up about the red brands, please?"
That perks my interest. My eyebrows go up, and I turn to him and I stroke my beard and I go, Red brands? Who are these people?
And again, with a bit of a lowered voice, he says they've been causing trouble around the town, and I don't want to speak too much about them, but we would appreciate it if a Harbin would. He seems to be slow to deal with it, and we would rather something be done sooner rather than later.
So human ruffians, not monsters, or
Yes, he says. From what I know and understand, they're all human. But I try to stay out of it, and I don't want any ill to follow me and my family. But we certainly would like it to be dealt with.
I put my hand on his shoulder, give it a firm squeeze, and I say, "Fear not, you're in good hands." And I turn around and walk away to the townmaster's hall.
Okay, and he doesn't seem to comfort him overly, just maybe a little bit. Okay, so we've got Campy is Mortar is left. Ventus is left. Did Craig's leave yet?
Yeah, I'm stepping with Campy.
Okay, and so is everybody on their way to the townmaster's hall now?
I
I
believe
definitely am.
Okay, of the Barthen Provision Group. Okay, so let's pause there and let's switch over to Yvari and Lore, who arrived at the townmaster's hall before the rest of the gang. And sorry, I'm just being entertained by the chat going back and forth here between these two yahoos. So as you approach the townmaster hall, Yvarin and Lore getting there first. The townmaster's hall has sturdy stone walls, pitched wooden roof, and a bell tower at the back. And posted on a board next to the front door is a notice written in common. It reads, "Reward, Orcs near Wyvern Tor." And I will throw that into chat as well. Those of the mind to face the orc menace should inquire within. And a notice bears the town seal and an indecipherable signature. I assume you walk in?
Yeah, well, I take a good glance at that note. Take the time to read it, and then yeah, I will walk in.
Okay, and Laura, you follow him in.
Yeah, straight behind.
Okay. You see an old, kind of short, out of weight human male, just kind of busying things up around his desk. It looks like he's kind of ordering things up to leave for the day as you enter, and he turns around and says, "Oh, we're just about to finish for the day. Is there anything I can help you with quickly?"
Well, I kind of turn to Lore, and then I look at him, and then kind of like give him a nod towards the guy.
Okay, so I acknowledge his look, and then I turn to the town mayor. I extend a hand and I say, "Greetings. My name is Law. We are part of the group sent by Gundren Rockseeker. We have delivered his goods to, I believe, Buffin's Provisions. We've come inquiring, seeing if he has been seen in the town."
And he says, "Well, hello. My name is." And he says a little bit more proudly, I'm the town master here. I think you've come to the right place. Thank you. Gundren, name certainly sounds familiar. I believe he had some business with the miner exchange on the edge of town there. I haven't seen him around town, but then again, I'm I have my pulse on the town, but at the same time, I'm a very busy man, and he could be in town, and I just haven't seen him yet.
I say, "Okay then. We saw a notice outside that clearly said something about orcs near Wyventor. Could you perhaps explain that to us?"
Oh yes, of course. And he kind of eyes up the weapons and such that you have there, and says, "Yeah, we have an issue with orcs to the northeast, an area called Wyvern Tor. You've obviously probably know that there's been a history of orc happenings for many decades now, and in fact, this whole area was raised by orcs many years ago. We're trying to rebuild the town now, so when we've heard of this issue, we certainly don't we want to stop it before it starts. If there's anybody that can take care of the problem, maybe, good sir,
Revelation.
you are one of these people. We would certainly offer
Thanks for
100
stopping
gold
by,
pieces
Revelation, man.
to
Really
any
appreciate it.
group that would
Hopefully we didn't spoil
show
too
us
much.
that the problem has been taken care of.
And how exactly would you know that the problem has been taken care of? Was there some kind of
And I'll
way
try
we
to
could prove
upload the
this?
sessions on YouTube, so you
He
can
looks at
always
you and
watch
he
them.
says, "My good sir, they're orcs. However you wish to
When
prove
you
this to me
progress,
is
so you
entirely up
can
to
see
you."
how we did it.
I smile a bit and I say, "Well, orcs are very fell beasts. Wouldn't be seen dead with one personally." And I turn to Yavarian and give him a little smirk, and then basically ask him what he thinks we should do next.
Um, would you happen to know how many orcs, or would you have like any more details in that regards?
He says, we've had a few reports. It sounds like it's a relatively small band of orcs, um, but I've also heard some people indicate that there's 10 or 20, but I feel that that's just fear mongering, and I don't think that there is I believe a group well equipped. He seems uh, pretty intent on encouraging anybody to take on this issue. So he's saying, I believe any group well equipped should be able to take them on, and I don't believe that there's not 10 or 20. And he kind of kind of guffs at that. That's just preposterous.
Can I make I guess a insight check?
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
Wow. I rolled a 3.
Yeah, so you don't quite get a beat on this guy. You're not too sure whether he could be telling the truth. He could be holding something back. You're just not too, but you don't have any kind of indication one way or the other.
Right.
And as this conversation is happening, you do see Mortar kind of burst through the door. Mortar, did you take notice of the sign as you arrived?
I took a
or-
glance at it and I saw orcs, and I just
Yeah.
kept walking.
Okay, so Moritar has now entered the townmaster hall.
So I tell the townmaster, you should also know that on our way here, we were ambushed and attacked by a bunch of goblins. Between like 4 or 5. I think we managed to deal with all of them. But at first we stumbled upon like 2 dead horse. So we're
Moritar's
worried
going to
about
interrupt.
Gundren.
Moritar's going to interrupt and go, "You, Harbin."
He says, 1 second, good sir, all in good time.
I haven't time for this. I'm heard you are the one I have to talk about orcs.
Yes. Now, please, everybody. I'm just finishing up for the day. I do have
I
busy
don't
work to
care
do.
about your matters. I would like to know about these orcs. I have time for your crap.
I try to calm
Tell me
Morphle
about these
down.
orcs.
I try and put
Okay.
my hands up and just say, like calm down a bit. Like he's giving us details.
Pushing law out the way.
He says, are these people friends of yours? Did you arrive with these people? Because they have all the information. I do not need to repeat myself.
Calm down, buddy. Calm down.
At this point, the rest of us come in the door.
I would agree. So now the rest of the party comes in, and Harbin sees, and he just kind of like, oh, like I'm at the end of and then he sees Craig's walk in, and he says, "What is that?"
Hold on. He's with us. He's been hired by Gundren, which is we believe is missing. As I was trying to tell you, and it could be connected to the orcs. We haven't seen any, like we've been attacked by goblins, but it could be connected, and I think we're kind of getting ourselves ready to probably go and find Gundren.
Moritar's looking at the group. How many orcs are we talking?
Well, he said about like 10 or 20.
Rumor has it.
I walk up to the townmaster and I angrily stare at him and I go, "Do you know the clan of these orcs?"
And the townmaster backs away and says, "Please get this thing away from me."
Answer the question.
Moritar's gonna drag Craig's away from him.
And
I reach up and grab Craig's shoulders too, and I'm like, "You can't do that. You're gonna scare him."
And I push them off me and I keep going at him.
Can I make a check?
Sure.
Just a straight
or
strength, or what are we doing? I have
athletics?
Can I do athletics?
I think Craig's would make a strength check contested against. I would almost say it's a strength on strength check. Any thoughts?
Sounds good. Strength versus I'm assisting him, so he gets advantage on it, or
Probably.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. So Craig's makes a strength check, and Moritar makes an advantage strength check. So Moritar is continuing to hold back Craig's. Harbin steps back as far as he can into the building and says, "Calm your pet down
Yeah,
and get him out of here."
Moritar's whispering into Craig's ears in orc. "Calm down, you filthy animal."
I'll go over to him, I'll punch him in the face.
Punch you in the face.
Morthar, as he says that.
All right.
Moritar, you're good with that? Robert, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. For people that are watching, Venture League's rules are that if there is going to be conflict of some sort, if there's going to be harm or stealing, it's got to be agreed upon by both players involved. So I would give you I'll give you an unarmed strike, certainly, and I'm wondering whether it should be at some sort of disadvantage because Mortar
Yeah,
is
I'm
kind of
like a grapple type thing is what I'm
grappling
doing.
you a little bit.
Yeah.
I would say. I think the more interesting fact is that you swing at him, not whether you land or not. So let's do a. How do you do an unarmed strike again?
Unless you're a monk, an unarmed strike is just a flat 1 damage.
So it's
Yeah.
D20 plus strength, and then if you hit,
Yeah,
it's 1
strength
damage.
modifier.
Okay, thanks. So so that's a 12 against your AC, which I imagine is a little bit higher than that.
I haven't
14.
rolled it yet. And
Yeah,
this
Oh,
gets
it's a
it's
strength
a-
save. I was
Oh,
gonna
I'm
say.
sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
keeping an eye on too many things here. Yeah, go ahead for it. So just a 1d20 plus your strength modifier. There you go, 11, which I imagine doesn't hit.
Misses. Yeah.
Okay,
As he goes to punch, I dodge out the way, and I'm gonna like go for a my arms hug round his chest, like his stomach, and try and knock him to the ground.
As this is happening, I take out my manacles from my pack, and I'm going to try and shove this like trio of us that are like dealing with this crazy half orc out of the flipping room so they can continue to talk to the town master. And I'm gonna have my manacles in my hand, and if Cragg continues to act crazy, I'm gonna cuff his butt.
Do you want to do an athletics?
okay, yeah, and yeah, go ahead. Rob says, calm this thing down, and everybody get out of my office. So he's not too happy, but go ahead and do. So that's an athletics check, and against Craig's dexterity, I would believe.
Well, is Craig's calming down? Do I need to do it or?
Or I don't know. First of all, Mortar is trying to wrestle him to the ground.
Yeah, you could either dodge out the way. Yeah, he did it. He dodged out
Yeah,
the
so
way.
there's so you guys are just a hot mess all over the place right now. Papers are kind of flying. A few books are falling off of shelves. So what's so he doesn't get him to the ground. Ventus has his manacles in his hand. So what's going on now?
They're just
Calm
in
the
my
fuck
hand.
down.
Yeah,
Like,
they're just
what's
in my
going
hand, and
on?
I say, Craigs, calm down. We are in a town of humans. You can't act like this. They're going to put you in a cage and then hang you.
And
You must calm down. You're a half orc among humans.
Yeah, and
Surely you must know this.
I mutter in orc to him. Yes, listen to the human.
I just want to know
Shut
what
up,
clan
Moritar.
these orcs are.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but this is not a good way to do it. Like,
Oh, can you variant speak orc?
no,
You don't know what I'm saying.
Oh, you said it in orc?
Yeah, I said it in orc to him.
Oh, but still, I still tell you to shut up because obviously you're not helping.
I would like to take Craigs by the arm, lead him outside, and kind of have a heart-to-heart talk about what is and is not allowed in human villages.
I will go out with Ventus and Craigs because I think Craigs and I have began to bond a little bit.
All right,
Okay.
I walk out
Yeah,
with
can't
them.
be.
And Craig's, you head out with them.
Yeah, I walk out with them.
I put the
Okay.
manacles back in my pocket, and we can deal with that later if you guys want to finish inside.
Okay, and so you guys have walked out. So you can just kind of give me a help by throwing in the chat, like just throw the three names that you're outside. I think that's Ventus, Campy, and Craig's. But my short-term memory is great but short. Okay, so they head out, and Harbin is like, okay, everybody, that's like I need that animal out of my town, and I need you out of my office. This is not how I want to end my day.
Listen, I understand, and I'm sorry about that. Just know that we'll be trying to probably investigate things happening northeast. We'll be trying to look for Gundren.
I would gladly rid you of this beast for a price.
And he says he's still a little flustered and such, and he says that's fine. If you want to go after the orcs, the 100 gold piece reward stands, but just bring me an orc head or something, and just don't come back until
Yes.
you're done.
This is the orc head. I show him the necklace.
And he says that will do fine. Whatever, just bring. I don't want to see any of your faces again, and unless you've got some manner of orc species hanging from your head or necklace or wrist or whatever.
All right, Maratar picks himself up from the floor from the fumble of trying to knock Craig's down, and Craig's, and then he'll pick himself up and then walk out the door, and go to the inn.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk out. I'm gonna walk outside too.
As I see Avarian walking out, I tell him, ask the town master about the Red Guards. Apparently, it's a band of humans, ruffians that have been troubling this town. Perhaps there will be a reward for that as well. I would have asked, but I'm dealing with, and I point at Craigs.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's going to have to wait, man.
That's okay. I just wanted to let you know because I did hear that from Barthen. And
Well,
that
we
might
can
be a way for us to earn gold later on.
we can probably ask around town. Maybe someone else knows something, but I think that guy in there is probably not gonna be in the mood.
Also, I mentioned to Yavarian and Lore, you should stop by Barthen's tonight, preferably right now before he closes, and receive your payment for delivering the shipment.
Oh, thanks.
Yep, he's got your 10 gold.
But before we do anything, guys, I mean, like, time will be running out for Gundren if he's still alive. So, like, what should we do next? Should we like, I kind of need to rest a little bit. Like, I don't know.
I think we should take the night here, just relax a bit, and then in the morning, first thing, we can set off back the way we came and try and see if we can find any signs of Gundren.
Maybe we should head out before dawn, like while it's still somewhat dark. Maybe we can arrive back at the ambush spot just as dawn breaks. Maybe get a little bit of a jump.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So where should we set up camp?
And all this conversation is happening outside. You've all left the townmaster hall.
Yeah,
Okay.
Maratar, as he sees Craig, says, "Don't try that again."
Okay, and just to break in, Ghost's last question is, where should we set up camp? As you left the townmaster hall, Harbin slams the door shut, and you hear a lock click. So he sounds like he's done for the day. And as this conversation is going on, you do see people kind of a little bit, kind of a few people have seen you and wondering what's going on, and kind of eyeing the half orc a little bit, and the tussle and such. But you do kind of see that end of day movement happening in the town. You see a woman leave and lock up this building here. You the kids that were playing on the town green are kind of heading to their respective homes and such. And you do see a little bit of activity here. People kind of heading into what you'll find is the Stonehill Inn, and that's what you're kind of seeing and noticing as you're having this conversation.
Okay. I assume at some point the guys go and get their gold, and then we all meet up at the inn. Because I think who was it? Moritar has already gone to the inn, I believe.
Yeah, I've gone over to the inn. Yeah, going inside.
Okay, and I can, I certainly the guys go. Barthen's provisions was locked, but they rap on the door. They get their 10 gold pieces. Is there any type of communication or role playing that you want to have happen while they're at Barthen's provision, or is it just simply get the gold and leave?
Ventus, are you gonna be staying at the inn?
Yes, and indeed, I have gold burning a hole in my pocket, as it were, and I think I have deserved a beer and a nice bed. These rocks hurt my old back. Maybe a nice one.
In that case, maybe you should ask around about what you wanted to inquire like earlier. I'm going to set up camp outside, so I'll probably be spending the night outside. Right after
Okay.
So Brett, you said I got paid already? I went to Barthen?
Yeah, unless there's any type of
Okay, cool.
role playing that you want to have happen at Barthen's. You and who else didn't get paid? Remind me again.
It was me.
Yeah, so both of you went to Barthen's provisions. Door was locked, rapped on the door. and Elmar came in and gave you your gold, unless there's any other communication that you want to have there.
No, I guess I think I'm going to head to. I'll set up camp kind of like on the edge of Barton Provision, like kind of see. So I'll move my token, and I'll probably be setting up camp like over there.
Yeah, my character would probably not feel comfortable sleeping in an actual bed, considering of my rather troubling upbringing. I'd probably find a place to sleep outside as well.
And Craig's as well.
So I'm the only one that's gonna hang out in the inn.
No. I would head to the inn as well, and I would probably walk in with a bit of a swagger, like open the door rather loudly, not
Swat.
clearly like make my entrance known, and walk up straight to the barkeep, and I will say to him, "I want your best room in this inn tonight."
Okay, and so I see Yverian is going to set up camp over there. Campy and Craig's, are you all camping together, or are you camping in separate spots?
I'll probably go along with Campy.
Yeah, I think I might go like right by where it says the S in Sleeping Giant. It looks like there's a bit of like a rubble or something. I'd probably lean myself against the one of the walls there and make camp there.
We should probably stick together, guys.
Well, it's not too far from where you are. You're probably closer to the tree or something.
All right, then I see these guys, so I'm kind of like just get closer a little bit. Probably on the other side of the room, like just so we're not too close, not too far.
Okay, and I think I've set up the map pretty much with a ruler, so you're probably within 25 to 50 feet of each other. So you're not side by side, but you're not too far away.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, so let's deal with the first inn over here. I gotta get my selector on the Stonehill Inn, which is where Moritar went to first, and then it sounds like Lore and Ventus showed up a little bit later, while Yverian, Campy, and Craig's headed off to the east and to the back there to kind of camp out. Correct?
Before we
Okay.
get into that, Brett, can you tell us how much gold we got from the payment from Barton?
Oh yeah, you each received 10 gold pieces. And in terms of the encounter, just the way the starter kit is lined out, in the first couple of encounters, they kind of provide all the XP at the end. So there's kind of a point that we'll hit where I'll just kind of hand out XP, including the goblins that you beat up. But if you want to do it one by one, then we can hand out XP for that encounter earlier as well. Later on I think the starter set is more for kind of getting new players kind of set up and such like that. So they kind of bunch it all together, and then later on, it's like every creature you deal with, you get XP kind of right away. So it's a little bit easier for me probably to follow the adventure book, so I don't have to remember what I handed you and what I didn't hand you. But if you want XP now, we can figure that out as well. You're not going to go up to level 2, I'll tell you that much.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever's
So-
easier for you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it at the end of the session. That's usually what people do.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and 10 gold pieces to everybody from Barthen's provisions. That was what Gundren was willing to pay you, and Barthen had. He was certainly fine with paying you. He seems to obviously know Gundren, and so he's handed over 10 gold pieces to each of the party members.
How much was it for the room and the drink and the meal?
If you go into your journal, this is a modest inn. So somebody might get there before I do. It's under price list. Sorry, just a lot of clicking here. And I think it's the mount, tax, and harness and stuff like that. So it is 5 silver pieces a day to stay at the inn. 3 silver pieces for a meals per day as well. And then if you want some ale, 4 copper pieces. I'm just going to bring this up on everybody's screen. 4 copper pieces and such.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, definitely me. We're gonna eat and stuff, and I'm gonna talk to Laura a bunch when we're in here and see if we can get the bartender to tell us a little bit about the red brands that I had heard about earlier, and Craig's. I'm going to buy Craig's a beer and kind of tell him a little bit more about what he can and cannot do. So far, we've been over bathroom habits, and we've been over what else have we been over?
I don't
guys?
think Craigs went in, did he? I
Craigs
think he
didn't go
went-
in.
Yeah, he went
Oh,
to
it
camp.
says Craig's was in the. Oh,
No,
I'm sorry.
it's Law, Muratar, and Ventus.
Yeah,
The people.
I
went in.
read the wrong one. I'm sorry.
So
But
yeah,
anyway,
that's okay.
forget that.
So you're going to attempt finishing school 101 over the next few days. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just switch gears a little bit, and then we'll get into the inn there. There we are. Okay, so the whole party would notice this because you all kind of headed in the same direction towards the inn, and then the other 3, I think it was, kind of split off to the east there. In the center of town stands a large, newly built roadhouse of fieldstone and rough-hewn timbers. The common room is filled with locals nursing mugs of ale or cider, all of them eyeing you with curiosity. You see a short, young human male with an apron chatting with some of the locals. A barmaid is behind the bar, as well as a young boy kind of moving from table to table. People kind of rustling his hair, and maybe he's picking up a few empty plates and glasses, clearing the dishes and taking them back to the kitchen. And he seems to have a bit of a conversation as he kind of heads off to the kitchen area. You kind of hear him talking to somebody there, and then he comes back out. And then there's a handful of obviously people at the inn. But if so, Mortar, you were kind of the first in.
Yep.
So what's your plan?
I'll walk straight to the bar, and I'm going to be asking if there's any places where I could purchase any weapons.
And you speak with the barmaid who's behind the bar there, and I'll figure out her name in a second here. But you, if you ask her about weapons, and she says, I'm Elsa, and if you're looking for weapons, you may want to speak with Lien or Linen. At Lion Shield Coster, just in the center of town, right across from the town square from us.
Would that
Can
be
I?
open
What
at
can
this
I get
time?
you to drink?
Would that be open at this time?
She says, "Oh no, it's pretty much past closing time for everybody."
What is the opening time?
She'd be open pretty much after a few hours after sunup.
I'll take a quick piss break, guys, so I'll let you with the roleplay, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, Muratar's going to leave then.
Okay. And where does Mortar?
He's gonna go find a nice tree to sit by.
Okay.
So probably.
If you want to drag your token again, go to the player sheet and then just pop it wherever it is. I might have to ask you where you are because I got a few things going on my screen here, but I see you moving around now. Okay, and as you're heading out, the other 2 head in. Sorry, we should have been in a party of 1. I would have been able to remember at the same time. Laura and Ventus start walking in at the same time as you see Mortar heading out.
I noticed him walking out, but since he hasn't been super nice to me so far, I just kind of walked by him.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the same thing as well. He gave me a bit of a shove back at the town hall, so I'm not really feeling it.
I'm going to walk up to the bartender with Lore and inquire about a room and a meal and a nice spot by the fire.
Alrighty. So once again, Elsa smiles at you and says, "Yes, of course. We can get you a drink and a meal, and find any seat that's available to you." And she kind of says, a lot of new people here today. We just had one come in and leave, and now there's two.
Things have been busy of late.
Oh, really? She says, and her kind of eyes go a little wide a bit. And what's happening? What brings you into town?
Well, actually, now that you brought it up, I've heard from the from Barthen that there is a gang of human ruffians about called the Red Brands. Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Oh, and she kind of lowers her voice a bit, and she goes, "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, Toblin is very upset about the Red Brands, and oh my goodness, they've been terrorizing the town, and that town master Harbin Wester is not doing anything about it, and Linen is not very happy about them as well." And they are towards the east of the town, and I could just go on, but it's just a terrible big mess.
So I'm going to take note of this and kind of talk to Lore about it a little bit, and be like, perhaps at some point we need to investigate that. It sounds like if there's a need to get rid of these individuals, they might pay for it.
As long as there's coin in it, I don't mind.
And so she says, "But so are you in town to deal with the?" She kind of lowers her voice a bit. "Are you in town to deal with the Red Brands? Is that why I'm seeing all these people showing up? What's going on? This seems all very interesting and exciting."
Oh, no, no, don't you go starting gossip now. I flip her an extra copper and I say, shh, put my fingers to my lips and say, we're actually just here from Gundren's caravan. I just thought I would ask
Oh,
about the
she says,
locals.
Gundren. The dwarf that's been having some dealings with the minor exchange and a good friend of Elmar Barthen's. Oh, so you're friends of Gundren. That's amazing. Tell me about Gundren. How is he doing? What's going on? What brings you into town because of Gundren?
Wow, that's a lot of questions.
I speak up a little bit and I say, have you seen Gundren lately? Like, when's the last time you saw him?
Oh, she said, no, I haven't seen Gundren any time lately. I might see him around town every now and then, but it certainly has been a number of weeks to a number of months. But I did hear from Elmar that he was going to be coming back into town. I heard one of the miners explaining that he had some business here too, and I tried to ask about the business, and they kind of said that he's pretty excited about something, but they didn't really go into too much detail. So what do you know about what's going on? Maybe you can kind of fill me in.
I pat the seat next to us and I say, come sit. You tell us the biggest, juiciest piece of gossip that you know, and then Lore will tell you what he knows.
And she says, "Oh well, I'll sit here at the bar and speak with you. I have many people to serve and such." And at this point, a short, friendly-looking human male shows up. He's got his bar smock on and stuff like that with the apron, and so you got to get the feel that he obviously either works here or maybe even owns the place. And he notices Elsa kind of going on and says to Elsa, what's happening here? And he turns to you guys and gives you kind of a friendly smile, but he's kind of checking things out, and he says, Toblin Stonehill, nice to meet you, proprietor here of the Stonehill Inn.
Well met, good sir. Sorry for keeping your pretty barmaid here captive. She's just so very pretty. And
When
nice
he
to talk to
introduced
you.
himself, I'm sorry.
And this is Lore.
I try and introduce myself. I stick out my hand and attempt to shake his.
I'm sorry, you
Does he
stick out your hand and attempt to shake his?
Yeah, does he shake it back?
Oh yes, he extends his hand. He's trying to figure out who you guys are, but he's not. He's a relatively friendly sort. And he says, very nice to meet you, Lauren." And he turns to Ventus beside you and says, I'm sorry, and you are as well. And he extends his hand to you.
Oh, I am the great Ventus. I bow and do a little fiery thing with my hand.
Now, and he says, he turns to Allison and he says, "I thought I heard you speak of the," and his voice goes down a bit. "I thought I heard you speak of the Red Brands. What's going on here? Because I've told you to not like we're not going to have that discussion here in my inn.
I say merely idle gossip. That's just the wine talking. And I try to shoo him away.
And he turns to you and he says, unfortunately, idle gossip is the problem. And he kind of looks at Elsa a little bit.
I say to him, why exactly is this a problem? We've heard the town's been having some issues with these red brands. So, like, what's the deal?
And he says, why is it that you're interested?
Well, we're traveling adventurers. We do bits and pieces for the right coin. If this is a problem, then maybe we could take care of it if the price is right.
Okay, he kind of nods his head a bit, and he looks at Elsa again, and he says, why don't I find you a table over here by the fire, and let's chat for a moment.
Oh, fantastic.
Delightful.
Okay, so he leads you away from Elsa. Elsa looks a little bit upset or frustrated that she's being left out of the loop, and leads you over to a table by the fire, helps you with your drinks and your food. And if you want to deal with your character sheet at some point or make a note of the cost and such. And he sits you down. The first thing he says is, "Adventurers, will you require any lodging? Because I do have some rooms here."
Oh, yes, I've already paid for mine and my meal tonight.
What are your rooms looking like? Because you may not have noticed, but I'm a little bit cut above some of the rest of the patrons here. I expect some high quality rooms if you have them.
And he gives you a little bit of a smile. He recognizes your stature. He recognizes that he's a commoner and you're a noble. And he says, "Good sir, we will do our best to make you feel welcome and at home. It is a humble abode that we have here, and it may not be to the level that you are used to, and I'm very sorry for that. But whatever comforts we can create while you're here, within reason, we will do our best. We are a small shop within a small town that's trying to rebuild itself."
Excellent. Well, after a couple of days on the road, I think but just about anything is appealing right now.
Okay. And he says, "Well, I'd be most grateful to have you stay here." And he lowers his voice a bit, and he says, "There is another inn in the area to the east of us called the Sleeping Giant. I don't know if you've visited it yet, but it is where some of the red brands tend to hang out." And he's getting a little bit flustered and a little bit angry, which is kind of, you kind of get the sense that this is kind of not his typical personality. He seems like relatively friendly and gregarious, and says, the red brands have been, again in a lowered voice, the red brands have been terrorizing the town. They've been bothering the people in the town. In fact, they actually went and attacked the local woodworker and family, and we have not seen the family for days, and we fear the worst. And that the no good nothing townmaster Harbin is doing nothing to deal with it. But I'm afraid to stir up any sort of trouble or do anything, because what about my family? And he kind of points to the young boy that's kind of, or nods towards the young boy that's been roaming around and clearing dishes, and kind of gives a nod towards the kitchen. But I can tell you, more than a few of us are fed up about it. We just don't know what we can do about it.
I try to calm him down a little bit because he obviously seems a bit distressed. And I ask him, are these red brands, are they members of the town, like people from this town, or did they come here from somewhere else?
He says, no, very few, if none of them are from the town. They just they seem to be from maybe the outlying areas. They seem local in terms of their appearance and such. But we try to stay out of their way as much as possible. But no, they just kind of showed up a little while ago, a few months ago, and it's just been all downhill from there, and we're just not happy at all with them being here. Is there something you think that you can do about this? We need this problem solved, and the person that we voted in to deal with things like this is not doing anything.
Well, that entirely depends. You've said the mayor's not done anything about this, but it seems that there's no. Is there a reward for this? I mean, if the mayor's not doing anything about it, then can we expect to get paid for this if we do something?
And Vorpal, were you going to say something?
I was going to ask him for a name. A name, sir. Who leads this band?
So as soon as Lore says this mayor, he kind of spits towards the ground. Mayor, he would only wish. He's a town master, if only by name, but certainly not a mayor. And to Ventus, he says, I have no name for you. I do not know who or what is organizing them. All I know is that we will see them around the Sleeping Giant and such. We have seen them head up the hill towards the old manor and such like that. Whether they are setting up camp there in those old ruins, I have no idea.
Okay. I'm going to lean in conspiratorially, and I'm going to tell him, make sure that the tongues stay in their heads here. That pretty barmaid, she likes to talk. Do not let the Red Brands know that we have been here. We have something we need to take care of first. It is of the utmost importance, and it is time sensitive. Once we return, I give you my word that we will go and investigate this. I'm going to need some more investigating work before we can actually make a plan of attack, but I at least will help you.
Easy now, friend. Easy now. I try to, pull Venice back a bit and say we're not going to promise anything yet, but and we need to have your word that there will be some kind of reward or payment for doing this. Because as so far we've heard nothing of a reward. So if you can promise us that there will be something for us to gain out of this, then we can perhaps see to helping you with it.
And he starts to get up from the table. He says, the day is getting long, and I do have to attend to my other customers. It's been fantastic to meet you. In terms of reward, we are simple folk here. If you want a reward, we'll have to attempt to figure out something. I can tell you this much, that if you deal with this issue, you would certainly be welcomed at the Stonehill anytime, and I will put you up for free. But I don't know how we could create some sort of reward of that magnitude. But I encourage you, please. I don't know what this important work is that you must do, but this is very important to us, and I implore you to come back as quickly as possible. People are being terrorized, and people are disappearing, and I'm afraid that my family is next. And with that, he says, please enjoy your stay and our hospitality here.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, are we all kind of in a long rest period? Is there anything else to be done before the day is getting long? The sun has set. It is, let's say, it's 8-ish at night, somewhere in that area.
I was wondering, as soon as I walked over to this tree over here, and I'll follow the path, did I see anything at the sleeping giant that caught my eye?
You hear some nice little music off to the northwest there. It seems like Yvarian is playing his flute. And sorry, I'm missing a little bit of the text here. So you were asking if you can try carving some wood into a wooden part of a bow. Yeah, we can look into that. I have to check in terms of the rules of how much time that would take and such like that. So let's remember that. And I don't know if that would happen tonight, but maybe. And what you notice of the sleeping giant is, and actually let me pull up what information I have about that. You notice it's kind of not the nicest looking place in the world. It's a rundown tap house. It's towards the end of the main street there, as it kind of heads up that hill towards that ruined manor. And you hear some kind of noise from inside, like it sounds like typical kind of tavern noise. It's certainly smaller than the Stonehill Inn, not as new, not as nice. But as for comings and goings, you don't really see a lot. You certainly don't see what you would expect. Like you don't see any townsfolk heading in and out of there. It's kind of a quiet end of the street that doesn't seem like a lot of people head down.
All right.
And with that, are we calling it a night in terms of everybody tucking themselves into bed or whatever they do for nighttime?
Yeah, and I assume we all had made plans to meet at the edge of town at dawn to go. Is that what we were doing, Yavarian?
You would definitely know that I was camping outside, and you would know where.
Okay.
I assume before we parted ways with the other three that we would have, said to maybe meet somewhere in the morning or something.
Yeah, I remember somebody mentioning, I think when the party was together outside of the Townmaster Hall, that the idea was to try to get back to the ambushed site by dawn. Now, if you're going to do that, and it's approximately, I'm going to say it's approximately like a 5-ish hour ride back there, because it was a whole day ride from when you started to here, and you were only a few hours in when you were ambushed. A 5-ish hour ride there or march there. Or if you were to fast march it, then you could probably get there quicker. Although there are some with fast marching, you don't go silently, and there's a few things along those lines as well. So let's kind of roll it back a little bit, and what do you think the discussion amongst the party was in order to, because if you're going to try to get there for dawn, like you're leaving at I don't know, you're leaving at like 2-ish in the morning.
I'm taking my full rest, so if it's 8 p.m., I would wake up around like 4 or 5. So I would wake up before dawn, but I would definitely not be there at dawn.
So let's wake up at 4 and eat some breakfast, leave by 4:30, and then 4 hours later it's 8:30 in the morning. That's still plenty of light
Yeah,
by the
fine.
time we get there.
There's nothing to saying that you can't have this rest, spend the day in the town, and then head out late that day to arrive there for dawn. But there certainly seems to be some urgency amongst some of the party members, at least, to get back and deal with Gundren. It sounds like you guys don't want to leave too much time.
Oh yeah, I agree, and I think Ivarian does with me that we need to go.
Yeah, I'm
Soon.
going to start my day and start getting things moving when I wake up, like around 4 or 5.
Okay, so the plan is to everybody wake up around 4 or 5 and gather around, was it 5 or 6 kind of in the morning, heading out of town?
I want to be able to wake up to go to the Lion Shield cluster. Would I have time to do that?
I'm going to kind of guess that it's open around like 7 or 8 in the morning, so you would have to delay the party a little bit. It depends on when the party wants to get leaving. What's the ideal time? Again, let's assume that you guys had this conversation before you split up at the end of the day. So what was the general consensus of what time you wanted to leave?
I'd say let's just fast forward it to morning time, and then we can take it from there. We can roleplay the like gathering. People can start to do their shopping if they want.
Okay, so let's say it's 6 in the morning, or whatever time you want to choose, and that people are fed, and you've let's say you've gathered, kind of towards the edge of town outside of Barthen's Provision there, just for giggles. What time is it that you've all gathered?
6.
Okay. All right. So and has everybody? Therefore, everybody would benefit from at least a short rest, and Actually a long rest. You would have certainly had 8 hours in there, unless anybody stayed up partying too late in the night.
Yeah, that's a long rest.
Okay, so make sure you make any adjustments between now and the next encounter to your sheet in terms of long rest. Back up to max hit points and things like that. If anybody has any questions about what they get out of a long rest, then just speak up. Okay, everybody's arriving at 6 outside of Barthen's Provisions. They're seeing a little bit of activity in the town, and go.
All right,
I
so
assume
as
everyone slept well.
Yeah, it was pretty uneventful. I had a good rest. How about how are you guys doing? How is Morathar and how's Lore?
I was going to say I'm just arriving, so I won't have arrived at that moment.
Yeah, I'll be pretty late as well. I think Law's a bit of a not too much of an early bird, so he probably would have arrived almost last.
I'll move
For-
my token. I'll move my token like party is.
Yeah, before I go over to the group, I'm going to check the line shield, see if it's open. So I just walk over to the door.
I arrive over in front of Barthen's, eating some of the leftover cooked horse meat. And that's my breakfast.
Okay, and Mortar raps on the door of Line Shield Coster and waits for a few seconds, and there seems to be no activity inside, and no answer to the door.
Can I try opening the door? Just checking the handle.
Just a regular open as opposed to attempting to pick it?
I'm not trying to pick it. I'm just seeing if it's open.
No, you put your hand on the handle, and there's a lock there. You can feel that the door is not giving way. It rattles a bit, but doesn't give way.
Yeah, is there a window?
Yes, you can. There's a few smaller windows kind of on the outside that you can kind of peer in.
Yeah, can I? What do I see inside there?
It's dark and kind of dim, but given your dark vision and looking through kind of, it's glass, but it's not 21st century glass. You notice that there are some weapons hanging up in there. You can kind of see some armor and stuff. Nothing really of note in terms of like nice shiny things glowing or anything like that. You don't see any movement inside. Again, it's dim. You don't see any lights, like any lanterns lit or anything like that.
I keep assuming I'm going in. I'm just looking. Is there any bows that I can see?
You don't necessarily see any bows, but there's nothing to indicate that you would like you would kind of expect. Well, maybe they've got this stuff. There's other stuff that you would tend to find in a armory, or not an armory, but an armor shop like this. So there's a good reason that you would think that there'd be bows there.
Is there any entrances other than the door?
Is there any entrances other than the door?
Yeah, like an open window or a second door.
There's no open window, and you see a second door from the front of the building. I don't know if you want to kind of give a perimeter check or anything like that.
Yeah, I want to walk around the building, see if there's any entryway.
Okay. So you walk around, and you certainly notice a door at the back of the building as well. And if you continue all the way around and do a 360, that's essentially the only two doors that you notice. And certainly the back door is a back door. It doesn't look like it would be a door that would be used for customers to come in and out.
So whereabouts is the back door? Is it like against the other building?
Yeah, so the Line Shield Coster is right there, obviously, and the back door is almost right where the arrow is being pointed at there.
All right. Do I see anyone in the area around the back and the front?
No, you don't see anyone around the back door. This building over here is relatively quiet and dark. But given that it's 6:15ish or so like that, you certainly see some lights in various buildings around the area that obviously people are up and probably having breakfast or something like that.
All right, I'll try the front door.
And you're trying the front door in what way? You're trying the front door in that way.
That way.
19 with your thieves tools. You certainly pick that lock. You hear a nice satisfactory clink, and you feel that you have unlocked the door.
I'll open the door.
Okay, you open the door and you walk in, and it's more or less of what you saw heading or looking in from the outside, and you certainly see weapons and armor, and off in the corner you do see a few bows stacked up there. You do also notice as you open the door, on the door there was a sign that has a wooden shield with a blue lion painted on it, which you assume is where they get the lion shield name from.
All right. What sort of bows is there?
Let's see what sort of bows are there. Oops, wrong thing. If you open up the weapons table, a little bit of out of game, you'll notice anything that's certainly 10 gold pieces and less. So on the bow side, let's see here. Where are the bows? Bows. You see a couple short bows kicking around. I know I said 10 gold pieces and less. You see a couple short bows kicking around. You don't see any long bows. And you see one or two crossbows, certainly more short bows than crossbows kicking around.
Do I see any string from like made bows? Like
I'm
bowstring?
sorry, say that again?
Do I see any bowstrings? Just to
Yep.
string a bow.
Yeah, you don't necessarily see any bow strings. You might have to kind of rummage around a little bit. But the bows that you see are strung, certainly.
Uh-huh. Can I do an investigation check to see if I can find a bowstring?
Sure. Okay, and you're kind of rummaging around behind the counter. You're looking for anything that they would use to repair or maybe even make the bows and such. And as you're doing that, a woman comes in the front door, a human woman, about 30s to 40s, and she says, "What are you doing?"
I duck behind the counter.
Snap.
And she says, "You behind the counter, what are you doing? Get out here now."
I say in orc, get back.
I'm sorry, she says which? You say which?
I say in orc, get back.
Oh, no, get back.
Shit.
And she backs out a little bit to the doorway and says, "Who are you?" So she's about, I don't know, 10 to 15 feet away from you. You're behind the counter, ducking down, and she's at the doorway.
What do I see around me behind this counter? Is there any way I could, like a passageway behind it, or is it only the front I could get out?
No, there's a passageway behind you. Like it's not straight behind you, but you kind of have to kind of follow the counter on your side of the counter. It's like a typical store, right? Like most of the goods are out front.
Yeah.
There's the counter, and then if you kind of follow the counter back, it looks like it goes into like you're kind of at the front half of this building, and it kind of looks like it leads you towards the back here.
If I snuck to that passageway, would there like be a gap where she'd see me?
If you do a decent stealth check, you could probably do it quietly. She knows somebody's there, but you could kind of try to move quietly. And the chainmail at disadvantage, I think I've explained before. That's just a reminder that if anybody's wearing chainmail,
I am not.
they do stealth it. Yeah, but I didn't believe you were. So you're pretty confident that you quietly kind of move yourself along there and kind of around the corner. The counter is blocking most of your view. There's no lanterns and such lit, and the sun's just starting to come up. And you kind of move yourself around, and you notice that you are heading into kind of a bit of a storeroom where there's other weapons and such, and you can kind of see the a door a head note towards the back. And you, as you're doing this, you hear again from the doorway, "Who's there? Show yourself."
I'll run towards the back door and see if it's open. If it's not, I'm getting out of there
Okay.
by picking it.
You get to the back door, and you see it's there's a simple latch lock there, which you would have to pick from the other side, but it's obviously something you can lock from and unlock from your side.
So I can just unlock it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
you
do
can
that.
just,
And
like,
I'll
flip it over, like it's a typical lock that you would see. So you can just go click and then open the door and get going if you want.
Yep, I'll do that and close the door behind me and then run off in this direction, running over here.
Okay. And as you're doing that and opening and closing the door and such, you hear again from the front a really big yell: "Thieves! Red brands! Thieves! Thieves!" And the rest of the party kind of hears a little bit of a kerfuffle to the southwest there. You're not too sure exactly what's going on, but you do see, again, like this is now about 6:30 in the morning, and you do see some activity kind of heading, a few people kind of heading this way, a few people kind of standing in the whoever was kind of milling about, moving from one place to the other, kind of standing there, kind of watching what's going on. And yeah, so you may not have heard her say thieves and red brands, but you just kind of notice there's a little bit of activity kind of going on. And Robert, where's damn it, where's Mortar? What's Mortar doing right now?
He's hiding behind this house, and if he can move further without seeing anyone, he's gonna try and make it over to this orchard type place and try and
Okay,
get
so let's
beneath.
leave you behind the house for a
Yep.
second there.
That's fine.
And party, what again, you're just kind of aware of a little bit of activity, but you're not too sure exactly what's going on. It seemed like whoever was kind of milling about and going to wherever they needed to go at 6:30 in the morning seemed to abruptly kind of stopped and turned in that direction. Yes. What's going on, party?
Did we hear the firebrand thing or?
The red brand, no, you didn't necessarily hear her yell out thieves, thieves, and red brands.
Okay.
But like what's a distance here? You are, you're about 200 feet away, but you just notice that there seems to be some attention in this general area.
Well, I turn around and perception check, see if I can see anything.
Have we seen any town guards by chance since we've come to this town? Like, have there been any like guards or sentries at all?
Wow, those rolls.
No, you haven't really seen. It's a relatively small town, as you can see there. There's only
Jesus.
just a handful, 20-ish houses and such. I could look up in the stats, but I'm guessing there's like 30 to 50 people here, kind of thing. Not maybe even that. But no kind of security
owl, though.
as you would expect in Neverwinter. Like you certainly would have seen that type of thing in Neverwinter. And Yvarian turns around and does a perception check.
See
Doesn't
nothing.
really see too much than what the obvious is there. Ventus has sent the owl off in that direction, and I'll get back to Ventus. What's what's the are you Ventus is the Vorpal, is the owl just checking out what it sees and then has to come back and report back, or again, what's that distance that it can communicate with you?
So 100 feet, and I'm channeling my eyesight and hearing through the owl. So I'm just looking around as him, and I'm using his perception because he has advantage on it to just kind of look around and see what I see.
Okay, so in terms of connecting and communing with you, the owl can communicate with you from where you are to about where the edge of the town center is.
Yeah, about 100 feet. So that's
Okay.
cool. So he's just going to fly around that area.
Okay.
100 feet in my vicinity just to see what I can see.
Sure. Okay, and as he's doing that, what's up with the rest of the party? Laura's tried to do a perception check and doesn't learn any more than Yavarian did. What's up with the rest of the gang?
Campy starts to get a little impatient. Just Ruby wants to get back out there and discover the fate of his friend Gundren.
Okay, so Campy just wants to get going, and anybody else? Craig's, anybody else?
Krags is just waiting impatiently too, whispering to Campy and asking how come he's so different from all these other elves.
Nobody's told him he's adopted yet, eh?
Now,
And so Ventus, what your owl can tell you is that there certainly seems to be some sort of activity in the town square. There's a woman over here that seems to be agitated and yelling and saying something, and your owl, given the good hearing over the next 100 feet from that last distance, can understand that she is saying something about robbery or something like that. And that's what's happening. And as far as Mortar goes, there seems to be a lot of attention in this area. So if you want to do a second stealth check, because you're now in,
I was thinking about taking my cloak off and put it in my backpack, and then walking out just towards this orchard area.
Sure. So no stealth, just kind of a
Just a casual walk.
Yep.
Over to the orchard.
Okay. Go ahead and move your token there. And so Ventus, do you want to communicate anything to the party?
Yes, I say it's just the local shopkeeper yelling about some red brands that had stolen something from her shop. I say we don't have time to deal with this right now. Let's just. Where in the heck is Morathar? Let's find him and let's get out of here. We need to go save Gundren,
I mean,
or at least find out what happened to Gundren.
I mean, I want to leave like as soon as possible, but I mean, shouldn't we check like with those bandits or thief in
Oh,
town?
I think probably when we all first got here, I told everyone the lowdown of the Red Guards and the local guy at the inn and how he wants us to take care of him. He's not sure how he's going to pay us yet, but perhaps we can figure out something, maybe a percentage of his take for a while, or he'll let us stay there for free, whatever. But I let him know that I told the innkeeper that we had pressing business and we will come back to help him with those human ruffian red brands.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, they seem to be like right there, like in town, from what you're saying. Like, if that lady saw a thief or something like that, shouldn't we like just go and take care of it, like right now?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should try and take care of it right now.
But what about Gundren?
Well, I mean, we'll get to that like as soon as we figure out what's going on here. Like, if these people need help right now, then that's the pressing issue, I guess.
Does Morathar show up yet?
Well, you see me on the map. That's where I am.
And plus, we need to find Morthar. Like, did he say where he was going, or?
No, he said he would be here. I'll tell you what, you guys go find out what the ruckus is, I guess. Ask that lady what's going on. I'm going to stay here in case Morathar shows up.
As you're
Alright.
saying that, you see him walk out from this tree.
Oh, there
Okay,
he
and there's
is.
Morthar without his cloak on. Not that you would think anything of that one way or of the other. So it seems like some of the party wants to get going and get moving. Other party is saying, what's going on? There's an issue here. And some of the party is saying, well, yeah, we're going to deal with that later. We got other things to deal with.
What were
And
you
Mortar
doing?
just showed up.
Morthar, what were you doing?
I was sleeping like the rest of you.
Well, I thought we were supposed to leave early.
I was.
Like, we're all waiting for you. Plus now, like, we gotta
didn't
go
know where
check
we were.
out that scuffle over there. Like, apparently there's like bandits or whatever. So
What scuffle?
there's Ventus said there's a
Well,
scuffle, and then there's like apparently thieves like in the middle of town or something like that.
That's nothing to do with us. We should save Gundren. It's the least I could do. He did pay me.
well,
Well,
Minnie Penny heard a woman screaming about thieves in her shop.
Yeah.
I'm sure the town master.
I'm sure the town can deal with their own problems.
It's just a thief. Gundren's life is in danger.
yeah, but to be fair, we've been here all night, so I don't think Gundren's going anywhere if he's in trouble. I don't think checking out.
And as the party is having this conversation, a young human male with an apron comes running up the road from the town center there. The people that went to Stonehill will recognize this as Toblin, Stonehill, the proprietor. And he comes up to Ventus and Lore, and he kind of half under his breath, but not quite, says, "See what I told you? They're thieving and robbing. Why, can you help us with this? Are these your friends? Is this the gang that's going to take care of this?"
All right, I'll
I
go check it
introduce-
out. I'll start running towards the center of town, like where there's that shrine of luck type of thing, like here.
Okay, move your token there if nobody stops you from doing that. And Ventus, what was going to go on with
I
Ventus?
was going to grab Yaverian and say, "Where are you going? We need to get going."
I gotta check out this. Like I gotta see if everything's okay. And then we can leave after. We gotta take care of this right now. This is happening right now. Gundren is like it could be.
Gundren is in danger.
Yeah, but we don't
Need to
know
go
where
save
he
him.
is, and then there's orcs over there and things like that. Like
We have a good idea of where he is.
still, like I'll just check it out and then we can leave after. So do I see anything in the middle of the this little square? Or?
Yeah, you see a bunch of people kind of gathered around there. You see by now Harbin is now you recognize him as the town master from yesterday.
Mhm.
Is now here with this woman chatting away. They don't look very happy at each other, and you can hear her saying things like, I lose. Goods on the way to town. I lose goods on the way out of town. I'm being now robbed at at my store in well, not broad daylight. And you're doing nothing about these red brands, and everybody knows about it. And you're sitting there on your fat pompous little ass, and you how you're still the town master is beyond me. And he's all huff and we don't know that this is the red brands, and you're always blaming them on things. So you kind of see a bit of a back and forth.
Well, I'm just gonna jump in and be like, did you? I'm addressing the upset woman, obviously, and did you see anything? Like what happened?
And she says, I was at my home preparing for the day, and I saw a dark figure walking around my place of business. And by the time I got here, the door was open, and or at least unlocked. And there was somebody behind my counter going through my stuff. And as soon as I yelled at them, they yelled back at me or growled at me or something, and then they're gone. And it's I don't know whether it's the red brands or somebody in cahoots with them. And at this point, Harbin is saying, "Okay, calm down. We don't know anything that happened. All we know, you could have left your door unlocked. It could have been anything."
Did you see where they went?
She said they ducked behind the counter, and then that's it. They haven't come out this doorway yet. So either they're still in the store or gone out the back door or something. And this idiot here is standing here doing nothing while they're probably halfway to Waterdeep by now.
Okay. Do you want me to go and take a look inside with you? See if there's the thief would still be there, or
I'm going to appear behind Yaverian.
Okay. And she looks at you and says, "Well, you would probably do a lot more about this issue than other people. And she kind of gives a side glance to Harbin. And while all this is going on, Moritar has moved up, obviously. What's the rest of the party doing?
Campy's still getting impatient. Actually, probably starts walking towards the Tribord Trail.
And Craigs will follow Campy.
Okay, so Campy and Craig, is heading towards the Tribord Trail. If you guys want
at a slow pace, not a normal pace.
Yeah, you're just kind of getting on. If you want to drag your tokens on and just kind of indicate on the map where they are, you can try to. If you click on them, you can use the blue border to resize them. Ventus, are you doing about the same thing? What's going on with Ventus there?
Yep, I'm just hanging out with Craigs and Campy.
Okay, and who are we missing here? Who's Lore? What's Lore up to?
I'm following behind Yavarian, just looking around, not really saying much.
Okay, so we got the three. We got 3 elves in the town center there, and all right. So Yavarian, she says essentially, "Be my guest."
All right, so I'm just gonna. Well, I'll follow you. If you just like show me where you saw the whatever you think you saw, I'll see with you, and I'll make sure everything is okay. I got other business to tend to, so I just want to make sure that you'll be safe for now, and then the village is gonna be safe for now.
Okay, and she's still kind of standing at the front of the door there, and she goes, "Be my guest," and she kind of points in, and Harbin, as she's about to say more, Harbin says, "Look, this is more. We're making more out of this than really needs to be done. Who knows? It was probably a trick of the light. It wasn't even like it could have been a suit of armor sitting there."
So I'm just gonna step in and take a look, kind of like just
Okay, and she shuts him down with a bit of a look, and she points ahead and she says, "He was behind that counter, going through things. I yelled at him, and then he ducked down, and that's the last I saw of him. And I heard a little bit towards the back door there, so I don't know if he's gone out or if he's still back there. So I would go in carefully."
I want to go up to her and ask her, what was stolen from you?
And she's, "I don't know if anything's been stolen. All I know is that somebody broke into my business and was rifling through my stuff."
Why would they go into your business and not steal anything?
She looks at you kind of like she's not too happy with you, and she says, "I haven't gone in to see what's going on. I don't know where that person is saying." What's that?
Why have you not checked your inventory to see
Because
if anything has gone missing? Because if nothing's gone missing, I don't really see the problem here.
take
And
it
she-
It seems
easy,
like this is a
Morothar.
lie
Take it
that you
easy.
have
We're
made
just
up.
gonna check in real quick, and then we'll be back to our business. Don't make this more painful than it needs to be.
And she looks at Moritar and she says, "I haven't had the chance to go in. I do know that somebody entered my place of business without my permission through a locked door. I don't need to explain any further to you."
So I went in through the back door, and then I rolled perception for you, and then I looked if there was well, she said somebody broke in, so I'm looking at any signs of somebody broken in, and then I'm looking inside if there's still somebody in there. Like I'm kind of like careful, but at the same time, like I'm not like preparing for combat or.
Got you. And out of game, Robert, can you remind me? Did you close the door? Or did you just head out the back door and
Closed
go for
it on my way out. And I'm also going to walk in the front door, so the opposite door that Yavarian just walked into.
Okay. So Yavarian, with your perception check, you look around. You don't notice or hear anything. You're quite confident that you don't feel that anybody's hiding in here.
Okay.
Or if they are, they're doing it by magical means. You would feel you feel you've been pretty thorough. You do notice the back door is closed, but with such a high perception roll, you do notice that the back door is not locked either. which kind of you would assume that if she's making such a big deal about the front door being somebody coming in the front door when it was locked, the back door is now unlocked as well.
Okay, and then I ask her, is the back door usually locked? Do you keep the back door usually locked, or because right now it's unlocked?
And she says yes. Like, we're a small town. We don't have any sort of security. She looks at Harbin West, the town master again, and then she says, and with all types of manners of creatures and such as we all know. And then she looks at Harbin again and says, and plus those red brands, I lock my doors every night.
Okay, well, there doesn't seem to be anybody in here, so I think you're out of danger. I have some other matters to attend, so I think you'll be fine. I'll leave you. What's the name of the guy? The
Harmon.
town master. Amin. I'll leave you with the town master.
While Yverian's checking out the back, I walk in through the front and go to the back, and I want to check around the storeroom. What I was doing last time. Obviously,
Good call. Good call. Yeah. And I imagine you're doing all this with your clothes still off and in your bag.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're checking around back while Yverian went back out and had a chat with her. And what specifically are you checking for again?
I'm looking for a bowstring or any long bow, or the bowstring. It's up to you.
You see short bows. You see short bows with strings on them, certainly. And while you're kind of looking like you're checking the back door there, you're pretty well hidden from view, and you do see that there are some small pieces of kind of repair stuff around. It doesn't look like it's a big repair shop, but you certainly do see a bowstring, a few bowstrings lying there, a few pieces of metal that would be used for like axes and stuff, just stuff to kind of shore things up. They're certainly not making them there, but there's a few things lying around.
All right, I want to pick up the bowstrings.
Okay, and I would say you can go ahead and do that, given that there's so much commotion going out front. You don't need to check for that, and you're out of line of sight. And party, we have our first thievery in the party.
I didn't even mean to do it. It's just the party was like, we're gonna go. So I was like, well, I either wait for the shop to open or I go in.
You didn't mean to do it. You Eve tooled the front door. What do you mean you didn't do it?
No, I was.
You had to pick a lock, but he didn't mean to do it. The tools went in themselves.
I meant I was gonna wait for the store to open, but then the group was like, we need to go and save Gundren. I was like, all right, I'm going.
That's kind of like that's sort of like being kind of pregnant.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
And then he's gonna go like, oh, the group made me do it.
And being serious, my character is not generally a thief. He's not.
You see, Vorpal in the chat there. I tripped and fell, and my thieves tool fell into the lock.
Exactly, detective. Do you not see this?
Okay, so you head out and follow Vixen up the road.
Yep, I'll follow up to the group where they all are.
Yeah, well, the rest of the group is catching up since we're going at a slower pace. I'm scanning the sides of the road, see if I can find any herbs or like things that I can use for medicinal purposes.
Sure, go ahead and do what's the check these days? It used to be a nature check. Is it that or a medicine check or something like that?
It'd either be nature or survival.
Yeah, probably
survival.
A nature check.
Yeah, so go ahead and do a survival check. Yeah, and you certainly see some herbs and such. Nothing like nothing so exotic or anything like that. But your typical herbs and such would be there. It's not you're not going to stock yourself completely, but you pick up a few here and there.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Okay, and then we're at the top of the hour.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said right, like it all comes on like we're finally ready to go, and then it's 4 o'clock, on the dot.
Yeah. So we can, depending on what people have time wise, like we typically leave the last hour for any kind of a min stuff and questions that come up, though I'm happy to do that over the week as we have been through chat and such. If people want to continue going for another, time will go quick, I'll tell you that much. But if people want to continue for another 30 to 45, maybe 60 minutes, like we'll just kind of check in every 20 or 30 minutes, or how's everybody doing for time?
Damn, okay.
I'm good on time, but I think this might just be like the best place to stop, because if we continue, we're gonna like every 20 minutes we're gonna still be like, if we get into combat, we're not gonna want to stop, and then combat could drag on.
I agree. Or if we have like a really nice like roleplay opportunity, we'll feel like we need to kind of like rush it out or something like that. So we could stop it right there and really take the hour for admin. Actually, I have a few points that I like to address, so definitely be using that hour.
Yeah, it's a good natural spot, certainly, because you're heading back to the ambush place and trying to figure out things from there. So let's do that. Just do a natural spot, and then take care of any admin. Ghost, I don't know if you want to continue that on the stream or not, but if let's at least do that. We'll first of all, incredible good session. Before you just shut down the stream, if you are doing that, just let's quickly go down the list here. I'm going to start at the top. Oh, well, in terms of roll 20. So I'll leave you Ghost to the last. But Robert, how did it go for you?
I think it was brilliant. It was all that it was all pumped up for. It was great.
Right on. Craig's, what about you?
That
And
we
then,
can keep same character progression as we do.
so if we keep the same character progression, what was that?
Like we are now, it's going to be really good, I think.
Oh, I agree with you. I certainly agree. And Vexin?
Everything was perfect.
Right on. Good to hear. Vorpal?
Oh, it was great, man. I had a ton of fun. I can't wait for next week.
Good. And Seth, you are the second last person, so you have an opportunity to tell us all how it sucked if you want to be the only person that said it sucked.
Oh yeah, it was awful. Hate every minute of it. No, I'm joking. It was great. Looking
I
forward
can't
to
wait
next
to
week.
get back out of here.
Oh god.
Good stuff. Ghost?
I think it was a ton of fun. Obviously, again, I saved everybody with my awesome healing. Almost saved the art for being one-shotted again. Ghost MVP. No, honestly, like it was a lot of fun. I think it was balanced. We had a good combat session. We had some really good roleplay session. I want a special mention to Ventus, aka Vorpal. Man, you know, at first, like you mentioned, you don't have a lot of experience in tabletop RPG, but you definitely showed up this game. Like good RP in the inn. Yeah, man. Like I'm impressed by everybody. Actually, I think everybody's having like good character progression. So yeah, I think I had a lot of fun, and I think this is really looking good. Brett, also you showed up. Really like the NPC interaction and stuff like that. Brings everything alive. So yeah, man, I'm excited. I hope people in the on the stream liked it. There were maybe some slower moments, stuff like that, but it's gonna help develop the whole story and things. So yeah, I had a blast. I think it was fun.
Yeah, and I should have left you to go last. I'm sorry to take the last spot. I had a great time too. You guys kept me on my toes. Threw in a couple of things that I had to kind of spin pretty quickly, so hopefully that went smoothly. And Phandelver is a bit of a fun town, so it was fun that you guys got there and were able to deal with stuff. And Robert, special mention to you for causing a little bit of shit disturbing and adding a little bit more flavor to the day.
Yeah,
I was like,
definitely, man.
I was like, surely he's not gonna go go steal and like break into this shop, right? It's gonna be open in an hour, but there he goes.
Yeah, I was thinking about rolling a dice for it. I was not too sure about doing it, but I was like, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, it was awesome, dude. It was great.
Good stuff. Okay, Ghost, is there anything you need to take care of on your side? Like, we'll obviously stay in the voice channel, and we'll take care of any admin stuff. we'd appreciate it if everybody can stick around for at least 20 or 30 minutes to tackle that. But is there anything you need to take care of on your side in terms of the stream and such?
I'll be shutting down the stream, so I want to thank everybody who was with us in chat and stuff like that. It was very fun. I know some people had to leave us because they didn't want to get too much spoilers for their own campaign, but really appreciate their participation and stuff like that. Hopefully you guys liked it. I want to remind everybody that we're going to do this every week, same time, so we're going to start at noon my time. So that's basically 4 hours from now. So we start like 4 hours earlier today. We are usually going to keep a 4 to 5 hour session. So we're gonna go from noon to 4 or 5, depending. And then we hope you join us. We hope to develop like a story that's gonna develop as we go. We plan on playing for a long time. We got lots of material to cover. We're probably going to be playing like a few characters here and there. It's really promising. I think we have a really good cast here. So yeah, if you want to see how this is going to unfold, tune with us next week, again at noon. You can follow my Twitter because I'm going to try to remind people on Twitter about like an hour before we go live. And yeah, I hope to see you guys around. I'm going to be shutting down the stream because we're going to have our admin session off stream. And I just love you all, and I wish you a good week. And I'm saying to you until next time, take it easy, guys.